Ponovno lepo pozdravljeni, nadaljujemo z drugim delom naše konference. Tako da bi vas še enkrat opomnila, da v bistvu na vseh naših konferencah smo dobrodelni in tako kot je Aleksandar prej povedal, tudi na HEK-u zbiramo za tročlansko družino z zelo grdo situacijo, tako da vsak prispevek dobrodošel kdor zmore na 1919 z besedilom Prijatelj 5. Tako da hvala lepa vnaprej v imenu te družine. So I would like to introduce you our moderator of this conference, Andrej Rakar. So Andrej, welcome.
Hello.
Okay, hello. How are you, Andrej?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. So
okay, good.
Perfect opportunity for such a bad weather. So
okay, also here in Nova Gorica. Okay, so the floor is yours, Andrej.
Yeah,
thank you.
So we are moving to the main section of the conference, and our next speaker is Andrej Tomšič. He's well known in our cybersecurity field. As Information Commissioner of Republic of Slovenia, of course, he's a #1 person to contact regarding to the personal data protection and security. So, Andrej, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andrej, and thanks to Palsit for organizing this wonderful conference. As we agreed, I'll be speaking in English, but I'll have my presentation in Slovenian, so I hope I can satisfy both worlds, so you can follow me one way or another. So let me just share my screen, which is also an opportunity for me to see how well am I doing in doing the simultaneous translation of my own slides. Anyhow, I'd like to start off with a bit of data from our field, the latest information that we have, and the data we required on the data breach notifications in 2020. As you are probably aware, the GDPR regulates that several data controllers and data processors need to notify if they have had a data breach. And in 2020, we had a total of 120 data breach notifications. Most of them, as you can see from the data, are regarding the principle of confidentiality. Very few numbers on the integrity principle and a bit more on the availability principle. The numbers are roughly the same as in previous years. Last year, I mean in 2019, we had 137, and in the second half of 2018, 68, so the numbers are roughly about the same. In terms of their distribution according to sectors, as you can see, there's quite a similar distribution between public and private sector. The most notifications we received from the sector of health and social insurance, a bit less from the financial sector and public defense, public administration and defense. In terms of type of breach, the majority of breaches are revolving around the unjustified disclosure of personal data. We've had 27 notifications on breaches into information systems, 20 on unauthorized access, and a very small number of cases when IT equipment was lost or stolen. In terms of types of personal data that were involved in those data breaches, most of the cases revolve around identification data and contact data, slightly less from the financial and economic sector. And luckily, I would say only 20 cases where special categories of data, such as health data, were involved, so 20 of such cases. In terms of individuals that were affected by the data breach, most of them regard quite a small number of individuals, so 1 up to 10 in 67 cases. And we luckily haven't seen really big cases. We have had 12 notifications where more than 500 individuals were involved. As we are still in the situation of epidemic with coronavirus, of course, this has brought a number of changes also in the work-employment relationship. there have been significant changes, mostly because a lot of us were forced or did have no other choice than to use working at home, which of course requires many of us to have remote access to different servers, applications, and conference systems. And the second important thing is that a lot of us are actually forced or have no other alternative but to use their personal devices for professional purposes. So the so-called bring your own device, or working at home, it may be called use your own device, of course. You're not bringing it anywhere, right? So I'll be speaking mostly about that, about the issues that this brings in terms of data protection. Whereas if you are interested in our opinions and standpoints regarding protection of personal data in these specific situations due to coronavirus, they're all publicly available on our website. We've had so many that we now started to group them into different sectors. So you'll find a lot of opinions in terms of working at home, in terms of education from home, collection of all types of personal data, including measuring temperature and so on. So you are most welcome to visit our website to see our opinions. Working from home, of course, especially using modern technologies, can embed an increased amount of surveillance of employees from the side, of course, of their employers. And at least some employers are sort of tempted to measure somehow the efficiency of their employees. So they try to resort to software which is quite of delicate nature, I would say, in order to trace when and how people work. Some of those software solutions even enable them to see the screenshots of their personal devices, to monitor their logins and logoffs, to measure the time spent on using the keyboard, using the internet, on email, and so on. So we, of course, warn every controller to be very careful before using these solutions. And I will give more recommendations further on. And the second one is, of course, to feel responsible to monitor internal and, of course, external security threats by monitoring the website traffic, network traffic, and so on. The main topic of my presentation today, of course, will be the BYOD. We have issued guidelines on this topic quite a number of years ago. You can see the front page on your right-hand side, and you can also access them by using the QR code in the corner, so you can have quick access to it. What we recommend in terms of embedding, bring your own device into your work is, of course, to follow at least a 3 simple step solution. The first one, the very important one, is to clearly define your business needs. What we see in practice is that many companies, either being forced or just don't think about it, just jump into buying some mobile device management software or allowing people to use their mobile phones to work from them without actually clearly defining what are their business needs or what are their requirements actually. The second important step, which I will dip into later on, is the necessary data protection or privacy impact assessment to basically in advance think about what could go wrong from the data protection point of legislation, so that you implement these sort of systems of course, in a compliant manner. And the third one, having conducted a data protection impact assessment, how and when and what to do with your internal acts. Of course, this is an important point, how to make sure that your employees are aware of the rules, of the way things work, and so on. So this is basically a 3-step approach that we recommend that organizations take when boarding on the BYOD train, so to say. So the first step, as we say, before using any mobile device management solution or other type of bring your own device system, is to define and be very clear about your business needs, both in terms of what you want to achieve as well as what you do not want to achieve. For example, you want to or even have to give your employees access to their email, to document system, to some intranets and so on. Maybe have them wider access to your network and all of the services that are available from them, or even use some particular mobile applications to do their work directly from their mobile device. Once you have clearly defined your business needs or requirements, of course, from that, there should come some security requirements. For example, you want to have data encrypted while being transferred or being stored. You want to require your workers to log into the professional mode of working by using PIN instead of gestures or other types of checks. You also maybe require that a certain device will use a particular operating system or a particular version and have a particular antivirus or other security software. You probably want to not allow people to copy business data from business applications into their private applications, such as social networks or private emails. And you would probably want to have the possibility to erase business data on their mobile devices if data is left stolen or there's something wrong with it, without the need to erase the whole device. You must always, of course, bear in mind that this is still a personal device, a private device of your worker, and you are not basically allowed to access or do anything with their personal data of private nature, so their private use of their personal device. You may also want to have an inventory of hardware and software used to see basically what sort and type of devices are actually used to enter into your information system. So this is the first step. The second step is, of course, to conduct a data protection impact assessment. In some cases, if it's a really large case, so a number of employees, a lot of resources used and accessed, this would even be obligatory according to GDPR. A DPIA, we also have guidelines on those, you may find them on our website, is basically a risk analysis according to the main principles of data protection. First of them, of course, being the issue of lawfulness. So you need to take care of the legal ground that will be used to process personal data. A very particular importance here is given to appropriate information to the employees. The informing of the employees has an important effect on the level of privacy that is expected from them. And you need also to bear in mind that the consent of the individual is quite limited when we speak about work relationships, because the individual is always the weaker part of these negotiations, and he can quickly be forced into something, and a forced consent is actually not a consent. Not having a consent could mean that you don't have any other legal ground. So you always have to be careful about consent when you require them or ask to be more honest from your employees. The other basic principles of data protection are, of course, the principle of proportionality. So you should only collect data which is necessary for your purposes. The principle of purpose, you should be very clear what and what for will data be used for. The principle of data being accurate and up to date. Of course, the principle of security of data. The rights of data subject. You must remember that GDPR brought a lot of new data rights, the data to portability, the right to access, of course, to erasure and so on. And also the last principle of the retention time, so how long can personal data be stored and used. I will give you an example of a risk according in line with the BYOD and the principle of purpose. For example, it would be a breach of the principle of purpose if you collect data on the usage of BYOD device, for example, a smartphone, if your purpose is to determine the quickness of reaction of individual to business emails, for example, or to determine their location, or to supervise or control their publications on social media, whether they install devices in their private mode, or whether you would want to, for example, supervise the time spent on the internet during working hours. These purposes would be quite problematic. So if you do a DPIA right, you should be able to detect them and, of course, avoid basically using such ideas in practice. And the third step would be, once you have conducted the data protection impact assessment, I would also like to mention that if you do conduct a DPIA, you are also able to get our opinion. So the opinion of the Data Protection Authority, the Information Commissioner, on your DPIA. I'm quite sorry that we did not receive many of those in the last few years, probably in the range of 10 to 20 per year, which is quite a small number. The thing is that, of course, you are not obliged to send it to us, but it's an opportunity for you, I would say, that you could use to get another point of view from the respective supervisory authority. So I don't think any bad can happen from this. Anyway, going to the third step, as I said, before using BYOD or MDM systems, and you should have conducted the DPIA, and the results should be reflected in the changes and modifications or amendments of your internal acts. These internal acts, whether it be a policy or a simple act of whatever name, basically should determine which devices and under which conditions are they allowed to be used and access your information system. You should determine the rules, who and how is allowed to install applications on those devices, determine the limitations of using those devices, for example, the separation of business and private modes. An important part of the internal documents should also be the incident management in case anything is wrong with this device. So if it gets stolen or lost somewhere, or anything happens that can endanger business data that is on there or available through there. You should also determine the responsibility for security of such a private device. What is the responsibility of the user and what is the responsibility of the company? And of course, be very clear about all of the possible supervisory or control issues. Also taking into account the recommendations how to draft those acts. So one of them, of course, being very precise, being comprehensive. For example, as I already said, what are the procedures in terms of a device being stolen or lost? Roughly even saying whether the remote erasure can happen. Of course, this could and should only be limited to the business use of the device or the business container or whatever is it called in such a particular solution. And also determine the rights of the individual, of the data subject. So what are the procedures if he wants to acquire his own personal data? Also, what is the procedures for returning devices if they are maybe shared with the business, so the ownership and so on. Those rules should, of course, be always available to the employees. They should be accessible at any given time. And of course, they should be able to read them and know about them before this system comes into place. In terms of internal acts, some further recommendations, also not only from the BYOD world, but also from the other world. So when people use business devices for private use, as you probably know, this is something you could not basically say it's not allowed. It's basically unreal. This would mean that people could not use their business computer or telephone, not even to check the weather or to call to their brother or sister and so on. So this is quite unreal that you would say in such an act that this is absolutely not allowed. But on the other hand, you must be very clear on what is able for people to do and what they are not able, and also about the amount, procedures, and purposes of, for example, location of mobile devices, what are the modes of separation between private and public modes, the extent of logging, and of course also the extent of backup procedures. As I said, these rules of the game, if we call them that way, need to be known in advance. And above all, they should not breach any sort of law or even constitution. So bear in mind that even if you do not allow private use, as I said, it's quite unrealistic, though the internal rules cannot be a sort of bianco possibility to control your employees. And I would say it's always good if you can offer your employees the tools to separate private and public use of, private and business use of their devices, be it in BYOD or the other way. Sometimes mobile device management solutions have a lot of opportunities here, a lot of ways to separate data and also applications into business and private ones and so on. So this is something that is, I think, good to use. Of course, doing an impact assessment in advance to see what this sort of system does and if there are any things that could be basically a bit problematic. So I will slowly finish by also saying what is allowed to do and what is not quite smart to do. So you are allowed basically to set the rules of the game in advance. So you as an employer are able to say who and when will be able to or will be allowed to use their own device for business use. And you can also set requirements for this thing. For example, you can insist that this device can only be unlocked by using a PIN and not allow gestures or other modes. As in general, when speaking of private and business use of devices of personal or business nature, you are allowed to do technical limitations in advance. For example, you can limit or block particular URLs or, for example, gaming websites, some other dangerous websites, and so on. You can even block particular internet services, torrents, and so on. And do similar things with email, set limits and quotas on size of attachments, on their formats, and so on. You can also set technical limitations on application installing, on copying and backupping data, on transfer of data between applications. But as I said, you are allowed to do that technically in advance, but be very, very careful about checking afterwards about their use. Especially try to limit yourself from trying or wanting to understand which website they use, how long do they use it, who have they been writing emails, and so on. If in a case of cost that would be maybe too high, for example, in mobile devices or printers, that's always a good solution to embed limits. So for example, I'm allowed to have a certain amount of euros for business use. If I go over that limit, it is either my thing to pay for this additional use or consumption, or agree with the employer whether this use occurred due to my business use of this device. And it's always much better if you really need to have some statistics to do it on aggregate level, instead of going into particular personal use of a particular system or application. So you are able, for example, to process data on the amount of downloads, uploads, amount of printed pages, and so on. But of course, as in the next slide, it is absolutely not allowed for you to monitor, regardless if it's a business device or even more if it's a personal device, who and when did the employee call, which websites did he visit, who, when, and how, and with whom he communicated in any other way, so especially via email or telephone, to be very direct about which documents he could have printed, or to monitor any type of his personal correspondence, files or applications, or to monitor or collect data on his whereabouts. This is a separate topic, for example, of GPS location devices. We also have a particular set of guidelines on those issues. So this is a bit of a separate question. And as well, always remember yourself, remind yourself that an internal act or the consent of the individual is not a legal ground to do so. So you cannot resort to do anything of this, which is written on this slide. If you get the consent of individual, it will not be deemed appropriate. It will probably not be freely given. And it will also not be appropriate legal ground to write this down in an internal act. It's simply what the law does not allow you to do. So I'd like to finish up by using this quote that I found some time ago in terms of bring your own device. As they say, it's not really a challenge to bring devices to work. It's a technical question. We see a lot of different solutions. The real challenge is basically how to bring work to devices without, of course, compromising security or compliance. So I hope you heard something that it will be useful for you if you resort to bring your own device systems. And of course, you are most welcome to check our guidelines on this issue, on the issue of GPS location, and also our guidelines on work, employment relationship, and protection of personal data. Have a look at our website. We have roughly 1,500 new opinions every year. So it's quite already a nice database of answers to a lot of your questions. And hopefully I will see you again next year or at some other event by the organizer, hopefully live this time. So thank you very much for listening. And I'm also available to your questions. So thank you and bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrej. So we ran out of time, so please any questions put in the chat and Andrej will try to answer them later. So we are moving on to our next speakers. So Rachel Okoji and Dominique C. Brack, coming from Switzerland, from the systems. Rachel is a younger security professional who is keen on learning especially social engineering skills, while Dominique C. Brack is a recognized expert with years of experience in cybersecurity with good relations with customers and hands-on experience. So, Rachel, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Andrej. Can you see the screen?
Yes, everything is fine and we hear you.
Fantastic, lovely. Thanks very much. So first of all, let me say thank you for attending the conference. It's great. We will talk about, it's like a Christmas party for businesses, equally like for cyber criminals. This past year, which we have been through this COVID crisis, it was just amazing what's happening everywhere. You know, if you're working within information security, you have to fight a significant amount of fraud and scamming and etc. So it is really a different world right now. So today we will talk about it more from a strategic perspective and more from a tactical perspective around the COVID-19 crisis. So with me I have Rachel. She's one of the young ones, which you will see in the future, one of the young ones entering cybersecurity realm. She's actually fantastic. I've been working with her over the past couple of months. And I just can tell you a little story about her. So the challenges she is facing in today's world. So she actually one time when we had our weekly chat told me, Dom, I do really have a problem with the power. You know, telephone communication works well, but there are power outages in my area. I cannot really work. So she then actually set out to make herself a power conversion unit so she can use battery power for her laptop. And these are things which you look internationally are not easy to come by. So she's really going through these challenges, and I'm glad to see that when I will retire in a couple of years that such successful women, especially women in this area, will come and be the leaders of tomorrow's information security. Thanks to the sponsors, I have been at the conference a time ago, and I was actually in Ljubljana at this time. Back then I brought my whole family with me, even our dog. Let me say thank you to the hospitality of the people and the country. We had a wonderful time. This time it's not possible for obvious reasons. But I'm sure I will be back at some point and have to see more of your wonderful country. So let's dive right into it. I will actually go through with you the first part, and Rachel will cover the second part with you. So do we have sites? Of course, there are always sites or many hats you're actually wearing here as well. So we look from a perspective of an internal business. What's the problem if you are having or running a business, if you have to control multiple businesses? What are the risks? What are the internal risks to it? And then, of course, Rachel will show you the side of more from a cyber criminal fraud perspective. And we brought together a couple of, I think, very interesting information for you. Also with the point of kind of showing you what you can do later on. So the slide set itself is something you can take with you and look deeper at it when you're in your company. So let's go ahead. Okay, there are headlines. There is abundant array of news constantly pouring in with about defrauding, about scamming, about new scams which are taking place. But there's little to no news about businesses kind of taking the opportunity and making false claims and defraud themselves, which can become a big risk to your company. So we heard about the cases, of course, of falsely claiming funds, etc., these type of things. And also, it's a risk for yourself. So you might losing your certification. We talked before also about ISMS and compliance and regulatory requirements. So if you violate them, who knows? It could be possible that you will lose your certification level, which would be very bad for your clients as well. So we have two distinct risk areas identified, which if you look at the cases which have been happening and if you're analyzing them, you will see that it's two areas which your businesses are prone to risk or to fraud or incompliance. So one of them is incompliance. This mostly happens when the business is going down. So in the case of a disruption, you will lose productivity and you're losing the business. So when you go down, mostly what's happening in this area is actually incompliance cases. And I will tell you later what those incompliance cases actually are. If the business is going up, and hopefully it will go up, so for a lot of businesses, it just meant that's it. They can no longer sustain. Release funds have been provided very late for them. They do not have enough reserves to go through this. Their business model is maybe not flexible enough, so they won't make it. I will also show you this area, but in the up area, you will deal mostly with fraud which is perpetrated, of course, for the reason of your surviving business. These are the two distinct areas. So if the business is going down, productivity drops, you will have to deal with incompliance, mostly to yourself and your own regulatory compliance. And if the business is going up or not going up as well as you expected, we will have to deal mostly with fraud. These are the two distinct areas. But I have brought you a little graphic around this. So this graphic is also meant to be for you. You can digest it later, of course. You can use it as a planning tool, as a risk management tool. It's not meant to be, I will go through that graphic in detail. But let me walk you through just a little bit. We do have a certain productivity, which we assume is 100%. Of course, not every business is running at 100, maybe a bit less. And then you have a disruption for whatever reason, like COVID, like you have to work from home, there is no supply chain is lacking, you cannot produce, you cannot support, etc. You have a disruption in business. Then the operations will digress. So you will go down. That's what the diver is for. So your business will drop. You start activating your business continuity management or BCPs. You starting disaster recovery if you have from an IT perspective to deal with it. So you start in crisis management with immediate actions. At a certain point, you will reach a plateau. Hopefully, it will not drop to the abyss, the whole business. So you will stop at a certain point. At this point, you will search for alternative operations. So many businesses we have seen, or I have seen nationally and internationally, change their business model, for instance, to online businesses, home delivery, etc. After that, it goes up. You take actions. Some of the actions work, some of the actions doesn't work. The red arrows means actions don't work. And there is like at around 33% of your productivity, there is like a line. So it's not all, it's around this. It's a death zone. So if your business is not making it above 33% productivity after a certain point in time, your business is probably dead. Hopefully, it will pass that dead zone and productivity will increase to normal operations. And this is the high risk zone for fraud. Let me show you this here. So on the left, we have a pyramid highlighting the different levels of violations you can have. So let's say the easiest violations or the most likely violations with 50% you have in L1 and L2. L1 means your own policies. your own password policy, your own work from home policy, your data protection policy, etc. You also have eventually GRC, governance compliance, or you're running an ISMS based on 27001, and eventually you even are certified. So most violations you will have during the down phase, when your business is lowering productivity, is in L1 and L2. Then you have L3, regulatory, so that's payment, banking, etc., all these. Then you have state and federal law, and at the top you have international law. So you have from an in-compliance level at the top right, I have a couple of examples. So it's failure, acceptance of home office. That might not was planned for your business, for instance. So you violate L1 and L2. It's still within your control. So you can change it, you can adjust it, you can make amendments to your ISMS or your policies, no problem. But let's say if you take data protection violation, it's a different kind. So you're violating maybe anti-money laundering laws or other regulatory compliance you have to fulfill. So you're on an L3. And if you have information protection violation, because of this, it's even worse. What are the main risks? 4I principle, shortcuts you're taking, you're not following your own procedures. You don't have a decision audit trail in place, for instance. You have not adjusted your policies. So here it's for sure, if I have a company which has an ISMS running, is certified, I take their policy set on paper, then I do a real world test and see, do you really are still following your policies? I think about 90% of the companies are not following their own policies. So these policies must be adjusted and amended accordingly. Then when the business goes up, we have fraud. We also see here the percentages of most likely occurrences with fraud. Fraud is more in the area of violating federal or state law. It's misappropriating of funds, for instance. You're not fulfilling your contracts, you cannot deliver. You're violating your service level agreements, for instance. You have falsification of revenue figures, of course, to obtain funds. Of quality failures. So you say your products are certified, but they no longer are. They're subpar quality, or you have embezzlement cases. The main risks is quality aggregation, violation of export-import guidelines. This is when the business is going up. You try to get through with your company, but you're not adhering to your policies. Then here is an overview what you can actually do about it. And I structured it in a way in 3 areas: in the organizational area, in the process area, and from a technology perspective. So for both in compliance and fraud, it's the same measures you can take, or you should take actually. So you document, preferably audit proof, who decided what, where, and why. Most likely now you're taking decisions based on telephone conferences. Okay, who has documented it? Was it the right person to decide? Are you following the policies for decision making? Have you due diligence in place? You can use a GRC tool for documenting that if you have one, or you can use operational risk management to make sure you are following the decision you have made. Crisis meetings with minutes, of course. What have you done? What were the decisions? Who has decided? Changes to the policy framework, they have to be implemented. You can't just run and deviate from your policy set. You have to at least amend them temporarily or make a remark that you have an exceptional situation right now with home office, for instance. Increase audit and controls, particularly if you have a very large and complex company. Monitor your subsidiaries. Risk management, if you have not in place, and maybe make an external audit if it's really important. From a process perspective, make a publication of the policy changes. No free-handing decisions. Change management, very important. If it's not on paper, it doesn't exist, is an old saying, right? And also mark processes with the expiration dates. Technology, you can use compliance templates on your firewalls, in your network, execute only approved changes, secure remote access, of course, zero trust architecture. This could help you from a perspective of technology. The one thing I'm mentioning here is actually if you are failing in compliance, the first bit, when the business went down, you will have a huge problem not getting into fraud, because the more incompliance you have, the more likely you will have fraud at the end. So this is very important and gives you some ideas around how you can manage risk from a technical and also methodological perspective. And also, we, for instance, do COVID-19 risk assessments for our clients. We go exactly through this type of list with them and check where they have any problems, because at the end, you can lose a certification, a security certification, for instance. So I've now concluded with more the view of like an internal risk perspective from a business's perspective, of course. And I will now hand over to Rachel to go through with you to the rest of our presentation.
Thank you, Dominique. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, great. I'll be taking this from the external point of view. Obviously, the pandemic came as a surprise to everybody, and a lot of people have been finding it hard to adjust. Organizations adjusting to the new work situation, their employees working from home. It's also an opportunity for cyber criminals to take advantage of those employees working from home, because there are more risks. While a company might have all those security tools and everything within the office space, it's harder to implement those security guidelines or protocols when their employees are working from home. So it's an important part to also look at the possibilities of criminals taking advantage of those from the outside. So there's an increase in robocall scams, people getting calls about fake testing kits and emails about fake contact tracing. And obviously we've noticed an increase in domain names using the word coronavirus, because people are afraid, people are desperate, so people are always searching up things regarding coronavirus. And this is an opportunity. One interesting one here is the dark web. On the dark web, there are people offering blood and saliva samples from coronavirus survivors. It's really weird, but because people are desperate, they still go ahead and they fall for it. They're vulnerable to it. So those are just headlines of what. There are several other scams going on that were brought about by the pandemic. Next slide, please. Okay, this is an example. This was just a text message from a cyber criminal that went out to a couple of people in the UK, telling them they were eligible for a tax refund as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. He sent out 1,200 texts in 2 days, and he was able to extract 191 sets of personal information from people. That's at a 16% strike rate, which is pretty high within 2 days. And he was able to get approximately £10,000 and access to 49 accounts. Well, he was caught, but there are a lot of other criminals out there taking advantage of people who are desperate, who are not sure what is happening, and they want to know what's going on, and they also need money. So scams like this are everywhere: tax refund scams, contact tracing scams. And moving on to the next slide. So the thing is, the reason why people are desperate in this time is because they're not sure what to expect. I mean, for most people, this is the first time they're experiencing something like this. For me, I know this is the first time I'm experiencing the pandemic. So it's normal for people to panic, and they don't know what to expect from the government, from banks, from insurance companies. So they're at a very vulnerable point, including employees. And there are people, these criminals take advantage of that, and they pose as government bodies or as their banks or their insurance companies and promise them a lot of things to take advantage. Next, please. So one simple way for employees to protect themselves this period is it sounds really simple, but it can help. And so, for example, in the robocalls, if you get a call and you're not sure and it sounds too good to be true, it most likely is. So one thing you can do is tell them you would call them back, request for their details, and tell them you'll call them back, because that way you're able to take your time to confirm if what they're telling you is true. And this is something employees should know about. So personally, when they get calls like that, they know what to do about it. Next slide, please. Now, some warning signs. Most cyber criminals, they want to take advantage immediately, and so they pressure their victims to give out this information. So that's one warning sign that's very common among these cyber criminals. And payment methods that have little or no fraud protection, like cryptocurrency, like gift cards. It's safer to use maybe credit cards, because with credit cards you can trace some of that information. But with cryptocurrency and gift cards, it's difficult, and that's how these criminals are able to get away with it. And yeah, so these are just a few warning signs. Email stating you're infected with COVID-19 by someone you know. Obviously, there's no way to know you're infected unless you get tested. But I think it's important to also take note of these kind of emails as well. Next, please. Now, a few things a couple of people can do, and I think it's also important for security experts to let their clients know. They maybe can suggest to their clients to send out emails or educate their employees about small measures they can take like this to ensure they're safe while working from home. Two of them that stand out first: you can talk to someone before you take action. If you get an email you're not sure of, you can talk to a couple of people before you take any action on that email. A lot of people tend to try to be polite when they receive robocalls. That's unnecessary, so you can just hang up on that. So these are very basic things, but they're really important to protect on the front lines of security, since people are working from home and everything. I'm just running through this because I figure we're all going to get these slides and look into it deeply.
Rachel, can you sum up because the time is running out? So
yes, I'm just rounding up. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Is there
perfect timing then?
Yes, perfect. So if there are any questions, you can just drop it in the chat and we'll get to it.
Currently, there are no questions in the chat, but so participants are invited to write questions to the chat, and later on, so we will forward them if we receive any.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Rachel and Dominique.
Thank you very much, Andrej.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Tudor Damian, coming from Romania. So he has more than 15 years of experience in cybersecurity field. He is a renowned speaker dealing with cloud governance, risk management and compliance, networking security, virtualization technology, social engineering, and cybersecurity. So his talk today is IT security in a post-COVID world. Tudor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrej. Let me also share my screen. And it should be working now.
Everything is fine. We see presentation.
All right. So, hi everyone, and many thanks for having me here. It's not the first time I have interacted with the organizers of this conference. We've worked together in the past. My talk today, as was mentioned, is a short overview on how IT security is faring in this post-COVID world, or some of the things that we can expect during the pandemic and maybe after the pandemic is going to be over. Not too much about me. I am an IT consultant and a trainer. I mostly deal with cloud, IT infrastructure, and cybersecurity topics. I am a Microsoft MVP on cloud and data center management and a certified ethical hacker, which means I hack people and companies that pay me to do it, and they know they're getting hacked. Most of my work relies around security and the cloud and things like that. So this is where my experience comes from. Now, in short, I'll be going a little bit about some of the impacts that COVID had and some shifts in attack trends that were visible. And then I will very briefly go through some technical solutions that people and companies might start applying to address some of the new threats and the new work from home trend that is more and more prevalent. Now, last year was fun. We did have some data breach, and most of these are usually just a quick web search away. If you want to find out more, just put that name there and hack or breach or whatever after it, and you'll find out more about it. But a bunch of large companies also got hacked. It's a trend that's more and more prevalent these years, and it's not that companies get hacked more often, it's that it's more public that they do. So that's the only thing that's really changing in past years. There's been some zero-day attacks, stuff around cryptocurrency and mobile communication. All the CPUs out there got their own new attacks. And we found out about a year ago, around April, I think it was, that we have right now the technology to listen to conversations in a room from, say, across the street by just watching the light bulb in the room and the minuscule flickering that might occur because of the sound waves hitting it. The equipment you need for this costs around €1,000. So with €1,000, you can just go across the street, point it at the light bulb in the room, and then you can hear whatever is being talked in that room. It's quite interesting. It's, again, a quick search away. And yeah, we had COVID as well. So the thing with COVID, insider attacks were already on the rise when COVID hit. And when I say insider attacks, it's attacks that start from the inside of the company. It doesn't mean that it's somebody doing bad stuff from within the company. It's somebody within the company clicking on a link that they shouldn't click and getting their computer, their laptop, their phone infected and allowing the attacker to launch their attacks from that device, from that computer. So this is more what I'm talking about. And a lot of the attacks start from these insiders or from insider devices. And this is a trend that's really been increasing a lot as well in past years. And now with everyone working from home, working on their own Wi-Fi, not the company Wi-Fi, even though the laptop or the phone itself might be better secured, the fact that the network they're on is not as secure because it's still a home Wi-Fi, and like hacking a home Wi-Fi is not that hard in a lot of cases. This turns those devices and the data they hold, or they have access to, gets put at risk. So the whole bring your own device, or some people in IT call it bring your own disaster, is starting to hit harder than before. And like I said, working from home really increases that risk because the attack surface is now external. There's no no way to have the same level of control over those devices that are now connecting from anywhere like you were back when everyone was at the office. And this is not necessarily a technology issue as it is a people issue and a technical skills issue. It's more about educating your users about their device and network security than it is about using the right software and using the right tools to secure those devices. It's a combination of both, but most companies fail to focus on the people side of things. There's, as was mentioned in the previous session, there's a considerable number of coronavirus-related scams and malware showing up, and new access control systems are needed to address that. Things like identity and access management and the principle of least privilege might help here. And this is also because coronavirus, not only has it affected the economics and the social aspects of our lives, it has affected the way malware and attacks work. And especially around mid-March of last year, there's been a clear increase in the number of detected COVID attacks worldwide in cybersecurity, with emails claiming that, hey, you should click here to claim some money or to check the status of the pandemic in your area and things like that. So there's been a lot of that's been detected all over the world. It spiked in March and then it slowly decreased, but it's been a constant thing ever since. And if we just look, and let me rearrange things here. There we go. So the UK has seen something along these lines as well, and there's been themed attacks there with emails and like phishing scams coming or looking as they were coming from the World Health Organization, things like that. South Korea has also seen similar things. So it's all over the world. The United States has seen similar things, and links giving you access to some relief funds payment, which is just basically an infected document that you end up opening on your computer and installing malware and then having the bad guys launch those insider attacks I mentioned before. And also there's new malware that was just not seen before. If you take a look at the percentage of new malware in the whole spectrum of malware being detected, if you look at February, March, April, the percentage of new stuff just showing up was significantly larger than the average up until then. And it's mostly new types of attacks, new types of malware, new types of things that the hackers were using to exploit this the situation worldwide. The initial vector is usually spear phishing. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's nothing really new from a technical standpoint. It's that they were using the pandemic to launch these attacks and to cause people to get scared, to get curious, to find out more about things. And this is a simple example of an email where the link, the text of the link and the link itself are different. And this is a common practice for phishing emails and scams. Most malware has still been delivered via email, and that's the best gateway of entry in organizations nowadays. Just send out an email. You can send it to 100 people. You don't need 100 people to click on it. You just need one. And you usually find that one person clicking it. So it's way easier to launch attacks like this instead of trying to hack the operating systems and the network devices and the firewalls and intrusion detection prevention solutions that are out there. You just circumvent all those by having someone inside the network click on a link that you sent. And as long as your code runs on somebody else's machine, that's no longer their machine anymore. So looking at the whole situation worldwide, we can easily conclude that if you adapt your tactics to local or global events, like attack scare tactics, this makes it more likely to convince victims to do what you want them to do. And spear phishing attacks are a good start. Going on a more targeted approach where you just take one company or one segment of the market. There's a lot of other things happening nowadays with credential reuse, password spraying, domain spoofing, typo squatting, things like that, where the bad guys are just using newer trends and newer types of attacks that just work better, and covering them or putting them in the context of the pandemic. With the shift to working from home, to working remotely, the cloud has kind of become the norm now, and a lot of companies have had to accelerate their cloud adoption, their digital transformation. While before they were telling their employees, hey, you can't work from home, or you can do it, but maybe once or twice a month, they realized that unless they let people work from home all the time, the people won't be able to work at all. So it's either that or not working at all. So in a lot of situations, companies have realized that, hey, we can actually do this. But the first wave that hit them was all about how do we use meeting tools? How do we use secure connections to the infrastructure like VPNs and stuff? And a lot of companies have had to configure that. They've easily found themselves over capacity on the current bandwidth and things like that. So they had to take those steps that would have probably taken 6 months or more. They had to do them in less than a month, probably a week or two. Ransomware and funds transfer loss and business email compromise incidents accounted for about 85% of the incidents in the first half of last year. So it made it easier because the IT guys were not in the office anymore. Things were just going on all over the place and nobody had any visibility or control. It made it easier for the bad guys to do what they wanted, to install ransomware, to have wires of funds transfer done in different accounts and things like that. So this is why any sort of defender investments would be best placed in both endpoint protection, so protecting your devices and the data wherever those devices might be, and in user education, which is also, like I mentioned, a bit rare. A lot of people assume that technology is the fix for everything, and they fail to see that educating your users on how to use that technology or why they should be using that technology is just as important. And with that being said, we can spend the next 10 minutes or so looking at some potential solutions. And one of these, or the major thing that could be seen here, is to start working on implementing what's called a zero trust approach. The traditional castle and moat security, where you had your own nice, cozy network infrastructure, corporate network infrastructure protected by firewalls and VPNs and stuff, and then you had like a castle with a moat around it, protecting you from the outside world, that's gone. Those devices are no longer in one place that you control. They're everywhere, and you have to have the same amount of control wherever they are, and to not presume that if somebody just logs in because they have the username and password, that it's the person that's supposed to be logging in and not somebody who stole that person's credential. I was talking about attacks revolving around credential theft. A lot of things nowadays are just looking at known attacks, known hacks, and there's lists out there that are public right now with millions or even billions of email and password combinations from previous hacks. So if you use the same email on a bunch of websites that you create an account on, and you also use the same password or just a slightly different password, you just add 01, 02, 03 at the end. If one of those sites get hacked and your password ends up being public, hackers will just try and reuse that wherever else they find your account, your email as well. Because if you just reuse your password, it doesn't mean that, say, LinkedIn or Facebook or other major websites got hacked, but if that weird website where you bought that one product one time, or that weird forum where you had to ask a question and you had to create an account for it, if those sites got hacked and your email was there and used the same password, that means it's easy for hackers to just reuse that. So what Zero Trust does is it comes with the recommendation to verify everything explicitly. Any device, any account trying to connect, you take a look at everything you know about that device, its identity, the location, the device health. Is it up to date on security patches? What sort of service or workload is it trying to access? Do we have data classification? Are we seeing any anomalies? Like, this user has logged in from what we know is their hometown, and then 5 minutes later they're logging in from Russia or Argentina or wherever. Is that something that's expected, or is that just an anomaly that we should detect and block? So just looking at everything and not assuming that anyone can be trusted simply because they give you what they should be giving you. You also look at their workload patterns. If that person usually works Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, what are they doing logged in on a database server on a Saturday at 3 a.m.? That's clearly not something that's supposed to be happening. Also making sure that you have the least privilege access principles implemented. Things like giving a person just enough rights to do what they need to do for just enough time, and when they're done with it, you just revoke those permissions and you revert to a regular user account. You don't need long-standing, permanent standing admins or admin accounts. You can just use existing technologies to assign and remove permissions on the fly. And there's a bunch of technologies that do that. And also the assume breach approach is key here. And what that means is you have to have a mindset where you look at things and ask yourself, if I were to be hacked right now, how would I know? How would I be able to detect? Current statistics show that it takes companies anywhere between 6 to 9 months since they got hacked until they detect that they got hacked. And that's the average, 6 to 9 months. You can look at things like Yahoo. It took them nearly 5 years to detect that they got hacked. So 6 to 9 months is the time when the bad guys can do whatever they want with your data, with everything they have access to, and you don't even know it. So what can you do better? What can you do different to think, to assume that, hey, maybe I've just gotten hacked, or maybe I got hacked last week. What would be different, and what would I need to look for so that I know that I've been hacked? And that's the assume breach approach. And I'll briefly skim through a few ideas here. This is Zero Trust, sort of like a diagram view where you have identities that you manage. You have devices that go through a risk and compliance state evaluation. You have some organizational policies that dictate how things should work and how people should be able to connect, and from there, from what device and so on. Controlling your data and doing data classification and labeling and encryption. Having adaptive access configured for your applications. You don't need somebody to have access to everything on a network. They might just need access to 1 or 2 applications on that network. So you need to ensure that they don't have access to anything else. And it's the same with infrastructure and things like access and runtime control, threat protection. That's kind of the big picture. And then we go into some of the components that would make this work. One of them is obviously governance, risk management, and compliance, GRC. If you're not doing this today, you should. There's a lot of areas that GRC has in focus, things like financial governance, change management, regulatory compliance. This is the part that nobody really likes, but if you don't do it, you might end up in trouble earlier than you want. And this is where data governance also comes in. So doing risk assessment, doing risk management is essential to kind of identify where your risks lie and see what sort of technologies and solutions you need to invest in and what sort of education you need to provide for your users. Then comes, and I've already mentioned this, identity and access management. Now, I come from a Microsoft background, so I made sure I include some Microsoft-related technologies, but there's a bunch of them out there from other providers as well. These are just examples. But if you want to do identity and access management, you need a solution that handles all the roles and privileges for your entire infrastructure, all your servers, applications, devices. And it's all about having one digital identity per individual and being able to track that all over your infrastructure. This is where you have single sign-on. This is where you have multi-factor authentication. This is where you have login integration with thousands of different platforms. And a good example of an IAM solution is Azure AD. The second thing here is the principle of least privilege. This is well known in IT security. It's all about making sure that people don't get more rights than they should, and that they just limit those rights to the time they need to do whatever they need to do, and then those rights get revoked. There's a bunch of technologies here. One that I mention is PIM, Azure AD Privilege Identity Manager, worth looking into. It does all that automatically for you. ASM, the attack surface monitoring, is all about knowing what sort of attack surface you've got, the devices that you own and control, the devices that you might have forgotten about, but they're still there, or any sort of rogue devices, the bad guys that show up in your infrastructure. If you monitor your attack surface, then you will discover these differences, these new devices popping up or existing devices changing states. This is where things like Microsoft Defender or Azure Sentinel might help. If you want to go a step further, you might want to look at anything that provides XDR, which is extended detection and response. Not just discovering or detecting that something has gone wrong, but also taking action, usually in an automated way. And this is, again, where Microsoft Defender, Azure Sentinel can help out, because not only do they detect attacks and incidents, but they also give you the tools to respond either automatically or manually. The next step here would be going or moving towards a software-defined perimeter, where you don't have that data center, your HQ. It's everything's software-defined. It doesn't matter if it's in the cloud or local. It's all about developing what's also called a zero trust network access. So going back to that zero trust principle. It's all about isolating the act of providing application access from providing network access. You have to have a one-to-one mapping from a user to an application that they need. And it's that user to application approach and not the user to network approach that is more common nowadays. And this is where Intune can help. And the last thing that I just briefly want to mention is Secure Access Service Edge. This is sort of like the next gen trend of how you build your networks across the internet, across the cloud, across other networks that you don't really have full control over, but you need that, and you need everything to be encrypted, and you need everything to kind of be tunneled through. So this is where Secure Access Service Edge solutions might help. This is where Cloud App Security from Microsoft helps, or if you want something from the industry, you could look at Cloudflare One, which is like a combination of those things. So just to sum things up, and I think I'm just about on time here. Yes, COVID certainly affected IT security, and a lot of companies still expect a broader and more permanent remote work adoption after the pandemic. So they need to handle that with some new solutions or new approaches. And current estimates show that by the end of this year, about a quarter to a third of people will be working from home multiple days a week. So that's huge. That's a huge shift. It's important to remember that you also need to educate your users, especially if you have a work from home policy, because even today, over 90% of people still can't distinguish a phishing email from a legitimate one. And if they work from home, their home network security is now your problem as well, whether you like it or not. And maybe find the time to investigate or reconsider some of the things that I've mentioned. There's a bunch of acronyms here. They were all on my slides. So if you've been kind of paying attention or taking notes, they're there. Anything, but just don't keep on doing nothing, because that's the only way you can address the shift in the way people work and the way we do business nowadays. I will still be around if you've got any questions in chat, but I know that it's a tight schedule, so we can certainly switch to the next speaker.
Thank you, Tudor.
Thank you
so we have to move on. If we receive any questions by chat, we will let you know. So thank you very much for your presentation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
We move on to the next speaker, Sozon A. Leventopoulos. So very interesting topic. He comes from Hellenic Armed Forces, so we will somehow relate cybersecurity to cyber warfare. So emerging and disruptive technologies, how cyber warfare affects military operations.
Yeah, hello. From Athens. It's nice to be here. It's a pleasure to give a speech about the emerging and disruptive technologies. I would like to thank, before I start, Alexander and Christina. I won't try to pronounce their surnames because that may embarrass me or some other people. So I will go straight to the next slide. A small disclaimer, it has to be here and nothing too complex. A couple of words about me. Well, I have 26 years plus of military service, mostly in operational planning regarding air defense. And since 2005, when I was posted at the NATO, I acted as a Chief Information Security Officer for various military units and services. I'm dealing with computers since 1984, with the first computer being an Amstrad 464 with cassette. I don't know how many from your audience are familiar with this type of machines. Nevertheless, I want to acquire some knowledge, some profound knowledge regarding cybersecurity, and I'm dealing with cybersecurity since then. And just a couple of days, my resignation procedure was finished, so I'm not anymore in the military service. I'm pursuing something different. Just a quick layout. We will speak first about emerging and disruptive technologies. I know that this is a rather new term. In the military, we haven't fully implemented, so we will speak about that. I will talk a bit about how military think, because I've seen that it's a topic that most people doesn't know exactly how military thinks, how information is affecting military operations. We will check a bit about the information life cycle and a new term that is the infosphere. We will talk about that a bit and how you can hack it. Not so many details because I know we are in a tight schedule. So what's an emerging technology? If you will search the internet, it's, let's say, a technology is not very well defined. It's like emerging from the unknown, from the background. We don't know exactly what it's doing. We are still investigate. It's like the picture, as you can see here, the Death Star arising from the horizon. Something like that is about the emerging technology. I have to say that an emerging technology is not a disruptive one, and we will see an example after a while. So what is a disruptive? This term is rather used for now in businesses and economy. It's not actually a term that you will find in the military literature or in cybersecurity. But it's something that will change and can profoundly affect how we think, how we work, how we operate. It will affect the status quo. And the connection between the emerging versus the disruptive technology, it's, let's say for an example, let's say about the cars. The first car was firstly built during the 18th century, 19th century. But because it was, let's say, handmade, every machine was different. It was hard to operate, difficult to maintain, and all of these things. It was an emerging technology, but it's not a disruptive one. There were few cars, just a bunch of dozens maybe all over the world. And carriages and horses were still the dominant form of transportation. But when Ford implemented industrial production and mass production, it created a technology, a model that started to be easy to use, easy to maintain, easy to acquire. So slowly, the car became the dominant form of transportation. So this is the difference between an emerging and disruptive technology. So how this went into the military? As you probably know, warfighting was always a major enabler regarding technology. If we will see the Second World War, we have the V2 and V1 missiles that gave us the opportunity and the ability to travel to space, to travel to the moon. Now we are landing in Mars and we are traveling around our planetary system. And nuclear power, just two examples of what came from this destructive event. So during the wartime and during warfighting eras and maybe conflict or near conflict like the Cold War, the technology is taking huge advantages. And so in the last decades, we have seen a rapid deployment and innovation in almost every sector. We have computers that are far more powerful and capable of what we used to just some years ago. During my time, I'm dealing with computers almost 30 years now. I have seen a tremendous involvement in this technology. So in 2019, at the NATO Brussels summit, the emerging and disruptive technologies were firmly established as an opportunity and a threat for the alliance. I'm using NATO here because it's, let's say, a representative of many countries, of many organizations. So it's, if you will see what NATO talks about, then you have a pretty good idea what's happening around the world. And in March of 2020, there was a publication of Science and Technology Trends. The document is available online. You can download it if you will search it in Google. So what this document is saying, it describes some major technologies that they are about to profoundly affect how we act in the military. I will stay only in the last one, data. Maybe you will agree with some of them, maybe you not. Nevertheless, this will be, I think it's an ongoing process. It will be a dynamic process. Some technologies will enter, some will leave. But what interests me here and what the military are interested in mostly are the data. And why is that? how a military commander is thinking about military operations. First of all, every military leader, no matter his position, no matter how many people he orders to, has to make decisions. In order to make these decisions, he needs information. There are many things that a military leader doesn't know. So he needs information. And in the military, we start collecting information. We are crazy about collecting information. And Sun Tzu couldn't say it better, that if you have information about yourself, because this is also a great enabler, and the enemy, you will not fear the outcome of every battle. But if you are limited in your information, then you have a problem. So every military operation since millennia is dependent on these three factors: the weather, the enemy, and the terrain. When we say about the terrain, you can understand that if there is a mountain and we have armor or we have vehicles, then it's not easy to overcome it. So we need to know about our terrain. It's worth to say that Alexander the Great was the first one that implemented people that were tasked with discovering how the terrain was when he was advancing forward, and actually making the maps and discovering the best possible routes for his armies. Then we need to know about the enemy, not only about equipment or numbers or whatever you will consider like a military thing, but also we need to know about the morale, about how the training is going, about how the training is effective, the maintenance, if the enemy commander is a gambler or has some other let's say disadvantages. And finally, the weather. As a quick example here, during the invasion in Europe in 1944, the Allies had a briefing from the meteorologist. The meteorologist said, well, okay, it's very bad weather, but we think that you have an open window of clear weather that can make the landing. The Germans, on the other hand, they said, no, it's there will be bad weather throughout the period. You can take leave. We don't expect something serious to happen. You see that these two hadn't the same information, so they came up with different results, and that result changed the course of history, thankfully for us. And then what's the problem? One of the first problem is that, especially in the military, we like to collect data. We collect data even if we don't want to. And for example, one orbit of the global HEK, it's a UAV that can operate hours and hours. Just one orbit creates 300 gigabytes of data that should be transmitted, stored, etc., in this life cycle. So this is about how we operate in the military. The first one is that we collect. We can collect from everything. We can collect from social media, various sensors. We have radars. We have electronic warfare. We have TV news, everything, or just a couple of trained eyes with patrols. Then we move on to what we are going to do with this. First, we need to analyze and create a standard format. For example, if you will see an aerial photograph, probably you won't understand anything. You'll see, okay, rivers, trees, houses. A trained eye with a normal and the correct tools can understand if there is an army there, if this river is passable or not. So we need to create a standard format that it's readable from everybody, no matter their background in information analysis. Then this information should be assessed and evaluated for its validity and its importance. And there we collect the formats and the outputs of many information and from many sources. So we double check every piece of information in order to examine if this feasible, if it's legit, and of course, if it's exploitable. Then this information, we need to create some products from that. For example, okay, I have discovered that there are convoys that transfer something, I don't know what, but I'm seeing convoys. So the outcome, the first product would be, okay, they are transferring ammunition, they're transferring rations, they are transferring maintenance parts or whatever. This is not the information I need. The information I need in order to take a decision is that maybe or probably they are preparing for an attack. So I have to take measures. Then the information should be distributed. Here, as other people already, other lecturers already mentioned, that we need to have some control. We don't give the information to anybody and everybody. And finally, as always in our lifetime, an information and answer usually creates more questions. So from that product, we have we are producing some information, some products, some decisions, but then we need some other assets. For example, in the previous example, how is the morale? Are they moving too much of ammunition? So that means heavy artillery barrage or whatever. So everything is creating more and more questions, and this is a vicious circle. It will never end. So how we can support this life cycle? We talk about that we are overwhelmed with data. So big data and advanced analytics are a big and a huge tool in our possession. We can create or we can see patterns that otherwise were invisible. Artificial intelligence also is a major enabler. Here, maybe there will be some problems or some legal implication, because I don't know if anyone would like a robot or a computer to decide if a person will die or not. Then we have autonomy. Don't think autonomy as robots only. We can create programs, autonomous programs that will attack in the cyberspace, that will defend the cyberspace, all by their own, without man in the middle, or man in the middle just to say, okay, you can proceed with the attack, or let's take some other actions. Some novel materials. This will be implemented, and we will have new and advanced sensors. So the area that we can collect information, they will be expanded. So this means more information, more computing power, etc. Quantum technology also will be a major enabler, and in sensors and in computing power. Internet of everything, we are moving towards some network that every devices will be connected with every other device in the network. They will interchange data and so on. And finally, the blockchain. So what's the problem? The thing is that for years, it was a question that I had already. Okay, we are operating in a virus environment. Land, sea, and air, we knew. Space, okay, we can understand. But what about the electronic spectrum? So instead of talking only about cyberspace, you've noticed that until now I haven't spoken about cyberspace or cybersecurity. Instead of just talking about cyberspace, we have created the infosphere. Infosphere has all the devices, the programs, the procedures that in the military are taking place in the electromagnetic plasma. So we have the electronic warfare, for example. In the military, we are heavily dependent in the radio communication. So our networks are based on radio communication with handheld devices, with big radio installations, but on radio communication, because the military, the environment, it's rather quick, it's rather liquid, and we can't solely depend on landlines. So if someone will attack, let's say attack this network, then we will have a problem in exchanging data, exchanging information, connecting our devices. In the table, you can see some methods that can be implemented in the electronic warfare. Then we have the cyberspace. Nothing to say here, probably many things to say here, but we have limited time. And then we have the electromagnetic spectrum. We are now talking about microwave weapons. We are now talking about electromagnetic pulses that are created without the need of a nuclear blast. As you may know, a nuclear blast is always creating an electromagnetic pulse that heavily affects the communication and computers. And this is what we have created. This is rather a simple representation of the modern electronic battlefield. So an army, a military force that can dominate this field can easily dominate all the others. Let's say also a small example here, during the Battle of Britain, imagine no computers there, just radio communication. A rather smaller force of the British RAF managed to overcome and defend England from the Blitzkrieg because they had a better situational awareness, a better understanding of what was happening in the air, and they could most of the time have air dominance or air superiority when needed most. So how we can hack this infosphere? The first one is the traditional hacking methods. We are talking about computers, we are talking about users, all that other lecturers already talk about, or we will discuss in the next couple of days, are implemented also in the military. The military, it's no exception. The other one is the electronic warfare, as we discussed. We can have barrage jamming, we can have noise jamming, we can jam almost everything. We can manipulate or we can spoof the signals, even with crypto or frequency hopping. Quantum technology probably will, or the new computers will probably also heavily affect how we can manipulate the signals. Also, in the electromagnetic spectrum, we have VNPs, we have microwave weapons. I believe in 5 to 10 years, we will see the first microwave weapons introduced. And also we have two things. We have physical destruction. For example, if I will bomb the data center, even if it's in the bunker or in a trailer or in a mobile unit, this will heavily affect how the enemy can operate, can exchange information. For me, it's a DDoS attack also. And finally, the manipulation of artificial intelligence and machine learning. If I know the data set that have been used for the machine learning, then I can easily find what the machine doesn't know, and I can use that. Or I can manipulate the data set itself, the learning material. And it's rather easy how I can use the machine learning from this example. And some final thoughts. Today, we have the infosphere, we have the cyberspace as a reality. It's not something that will happen in the future. It's something that is happening now. Almost all military forces, or at least the majority, are creating cyber soldiers. These soldiers are not the one that we have from the movies. They are people wearing glasses, somewhere maybe hidden in front of a couple of screens, right like I'm right now. And the second point is that we should move from information assurance to mission assurance. All these things are coming together, and we have to check, and we have to be ready to support the mission, not only the information. According to some laws experts, international law applies to cyberspace. This is a huge conversation. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe it's a topic that should be addressed in more details. The Russian-Georgian conflict was the first one that we have the cyber attacks, deep fake news, manipulation, social media, employed alongside classical military operation. In fact, there was a pattern that first you had the cyber attacks. That was an indication that this area, this city, this particular place is going to be attacked in the next couple of hours. So you had like a warning. It wasn't a 100% cyber attack. It didn't actually cripple everything. It was very targeted. It was meant not to create havoc, but to disrupt the operation, to maybe shift the balance, shift the focus of military leaders of what was actually happening. And the last one is that cyber attacks, and according to NATO also, there will be the weapon of choice in various cases. For example, if we have proxy wars, if we have minor conflicts, or when we will have conflicts that they are not already established by the international conflict law, then we should implement cyber attacks, because we have the ability to keep the collateral damage to a minimum or even zero. We can do that. And in fact, in the next years, we will be obliged by the international law to implement cyber attacks. We have an example here. A couple of months ago, Iranian armed forces took a series of attacks or disruption in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf, with some small craft, some boats. And after a while, this facility was under a cyber attack. It crippled its ability to gather information, to collect data, to give the orders to the subordinates, and with zero damage and zero collateral damage, with zero loss of life. So that was an example of how you can cripple something. You can take it out of the equation without even hurting someone.
Thank you. So we should finish.
It's the last one. Okay, I will be also for in the chat if someone knows. Again, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the chance to speak briefly about this subject. It's a huge subject, and I wish to everybody stay safe, and hopefully the next time we will meet, it will be live. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye.
You too. Thank you. So our next speaker is Andrea Razzini, cybersecurity manager and certified ethical hacker. So he's an advisor for many leading companies in automotive, life sciences, industrial, telecom, financial, and transportation systems. So today's presentation is connected vehicles, cybersecurity, status, and next steps. We know that today connecting vehicles is going to be obligatory, so we simply cannot avoid cybersecurity threats anymore. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you and we see your presentation.
Perfect. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting conference. I chose this subject of cybersecurity of the connected vehicles because, as we will see in this presentation, this will be a hot topic in the next years. I'm a cybersecurity advisor currently working at Altran, that is a part of Capgemini company, and spent several years in the cybersecurity field in general. During this presentation, we will shortly review the hacking history of automotive cybersecurity, the most recent trends in both attack and defense methodologies, the latest news about vulnerabilities, and what the new regulations and standards are setting to protect the assets in the overall ecosystem of the connected vehicles world. So everything in the automotive cybersecurity started early in the year 2011, when the first researchers published some papers about their findings in hacking activities. We know that they didn't receive so much attention until the year 2015, when they were able to demonstrate a remote attack and published a famous video where a wired journalist was the protagonist of a real cybersecurity incident. Since then, other cybersecurity incidents have emerged in the overall automotive industry, and not only OEM car manufacturers have been hit by hacks, but also tiers suppliers, manufacturing plants, and more recently, all the different digital players that are building applications to empower the connectivity and user experience in the vehicles. As we can see here, in the year 2015, there was mainly a focus on the infotainment systems, and then the attention moved to possibilities of attacks through ransomware, data leaks, and more recently on the mobile keyless connectivity of connected vehicles. Finally, starting more or less in the year 2018, we have seen also the first CVEs published officially about vulnerabilities affecting, in general, the automotive industry. And so all the big companies around the world began to join bug bounty programs, realizing the need to be at the forefront of cybersecurity technology in order to be able to counteract the increasing attack scenarios. At the present, we can count more than 100 CVEs in the automotive sector, with an increase rate year over year that are always higher than the past times. Just looking in the common CVEs databases, one can find them easily and study the details to learn attack techniques, tactics, and procedures. Some of the most recent attacks show what will be the future hot topics in the automotive cybersecurity from attacker point of view. Number one, attacks on the connectivity in general and smart objects of the vehicles. For example, here we see the GPS possibility of attack. The data protection issues and new techniques are also connected to the artificial intelligence, for example, to advance in the attack potentials. Some statistics recently published in internet show really a balance between white hat and black hat intentions during hacking attempts on the components and vehicle infrastructure. We see that there is a 50-50 split in the reported hacks, both from research point of views and real malicious attacks. And most attacks can be definitely considered to be of the remotely exploitation type. We see that the majority is about backend servers, keyless entry key fob attacks, and mobile application attacks. These are for sure the main challenges to face for all the companies involved in the automotive sector. A final aspect often underestimated is the impact in the media news reactions in Internet. Hope that you agree on this statement that it takes a lifetime to gain your own reputation and one single cyber attack to ruin it. We see, in fact, that from these simple and common examples, one hack attempt becomes quite immediately a bad news for all the automotive world, giving warnings, giving alarms, not maybe strictly referring to the real incidents, and often connected to the brand names with consequences on their reputation. Now, to summarize what the attacker is normally following in his or her methodology, we see that the well-known kill chain model by Lockheed Martin model is valid also for the automotive industry. Starting from the reconnaissance, there are already many open source in internet and dark web about hacking techniques on the connected vehicles. Weaponize, this means the possibility today to create easily new tools and techniques to attack the system through simple hardware or software tools that can be found in internet. The delivery phase can be both physical or remote today. Exploitation, again, can be local or remotely executed based on the vulnerabilities found inside. The installation phase, this is typically performed through software or firmware modification. The command and control part, this is especially used, of course, in case of attacks to the infrastructure. And finally, actions. We know that there are both passive and active attacks that can be executed. So to counteract these attackers' way of working in general, the defense side must adopt a similar model, able to carry out a layered defense approach. And the 5D defense model can be useful in this case, because we have 5 actions to carry out in our defense side: deter, detect, delay, deny, and defeat. For example, deter means hardening of the system. Detect by means, for example, of an intrusion detection system. Delay, this means, for example, to be able to increase complexity of attacks. Deny, using a secure gateway. And defeat, for example, to be able to increase the cost of the attack. In fact, the attack potential, as it is shown in this bar, relies on 5 values: elapsed time, specialist expertise, window of opportunity, knowledge of item, and equipment required. So the protection shall aim to increase especially the first and the last values in order to have an average potential that is too much expensive for executing the attack. And the challenges we will face with the automotive industry must be studied in a very large context. We have, in fact, attacks on the vehicles inside, or on the production plants, or even on the organization level. And another challenge is the lack of standards and regulations, because there are many important documents, as we will see, but not yet finalized. And finally, another important challenge is the impact, the financial impact of these cyber attacks on the automotive world. It's enough to remember the WannaCry attack that is considered to have caused $4 billion losses in all the world, but including for sure some important automotive factories as well. Other important challenges are due for sure to the increasing number of connected cars. This means, of course, also an increasing attack surface. And the new technologies, for example, the vehicle to infrastructure, next generation of connectivity, the autonomous driving, cars, and so on. In this sort of graph, we see that the connected car is considered one of the global market annual forecast. So it's becoming a real hot topic in the next year. The most important thing is to establish what is known in general, also in other fields, as a security by design and security by default approach. In the automotive sector, this means to apply cybersecurity in all the main phases of the V development lifecycle. And we must involve the cybersecurity in general in three main parts: the development phase, the production phase, and the post-production phase. Starting, for example, with the left leg of this V cycle, we see that there is at the beginning the governance part of the cybersecurity. This means policies, plans, planning, rules, and so on. Then there is the important risk assessment phase. There is the phase about the security goals and requirements, the phase about the security by design of the architecture, and then more in detail security requirements, both at the hardware and software level. We move then to the security implementation in software and hardware of the single components. And then on the right side, there is all the validation process, starting with the source code analysis, then the penetration testing, then in general other robustness tests, the certification, and the also incident response handling as a post-production activity. So let's see what is the status now of the general available standards and regulations in the automotive sector. The two most important regulations are these two ones, UNEC for the European market and HEK.SI for the North American market. Then we have some important standards from the ISO organization, SAE organization, AUTOSAR, and the German VDA about the information systems. And of course, some best practices. But as you can see, there is a big difference compared to the available standards and regulation of the more mature ICT sector. Here we can find more regulation and more standards in general. This is one reason why the challenges in the automotive sector are still very hard to be solved. So now let's see in more detail the purpose and intentions of the new standards and regulations for the automotive. The new standard ISO 21434, now still in draft publication, considers three main parts. The framework, the standard intends to give a general guidance on the processes and methods used in cybersecurity. The cyber management, the standard intends to give guidance on the processes in general as a foundational step for future vehicle type approvals and life cycle. There are requirements, recommendations, and permissions. So three different levels of obligation. We see here which are the principles that led to the publication of this new standard. Define a structured process to ensure cybersecurity, maintain a consistency across the global industry, and reduce the potential of attacks that we have seen just a few minutes ago. The standard is applicable in general to road vehicles, So systems, components, software, and connectivity. And the standard doesn't in general prescribe solution or include specific technological requirements for telecommunication or backend infrastructure. The UNEC regulation instead sets the obligation for two important management systems, the so-called CSMS, the Cybersecurity Management System, and the SAMS, Software Update Management System. The first one is known today also as the Regulation R155, and the second as the Regulation R156. R155 is already connected to the ISO 21434 that we have seen before, and while R156 is not yet connected to an ISO standard that is in preparation. The CSMS, the Cybersecurity Management System, is currently the most important piece of the cybersecurity puzzle in the automotive industry. There are two important milestones. The first is July 2022, that is the deadline for the new vehicle type approvals. And the second one is July 2024, that is the deadline for new registrations of vehicles. In both cases, every subject in the automotive industry needs to prepare itself in the implementation of a cybersecurity management system covering, as said before, development, production, and post-production phases. These are the main requirements of R155 regulation, are included in the chapter 7. As you can see, the purpose is to define a general management system for processes, responsibilities, and governance. And especially this UNEC recommendation has the focus on all the main phases, development, production, and post-production. The main requirements of R156, of course, regard the software update in general, but there is also in this case a specific chapter, chapter 7, that is about the security. And so there is a list of requirements about possible manipulation, possible compromise attack, possible attempts to manipulate the data and the software that will be uploaded to the vehicle. And of course, other requirements regarding general the validation process. So more or less, this is the end of our journey into the automotive cybersecurity trends and challenges today. You see here what are the three main documents that are right now establishing rules and obligation. The first one is the cybersecurity engineering, so a more technical document containing specific requirements. And the R155 and R156 are more related to the process side of the cybersecurity management. But this is not enough for sure. A lot of experience is required to give the right interpretation and applicability of these requests, especially based on each customer characteristics and organization. So thanks everybody for listening. I guess we are perfectly on time. I will be happy to answer some questions or to look into the chat immediately afterwards.
So please put some questions in the chat. So currently there are no questions. Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Very up-to-date information about the certification. Thank you. So we are moving to our next speaker, Marko Hölbl, from University of Maribor, Faculty of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering at University of Maribor. So his notable activities also coordinating the Horizon 2020 project, Cyber Security for Europe, very hot topic. So today he will talk about pitfalls when embedding cryptography into applications. So the main focus is, of course, that it's not a question about breaking the algorithm, but how the cryptography is implemented in practice. Marko, please.
Thank you very much. So hopefully you can see my presentation, hear me?
Yes, everything is working
okay,
fine.
Then that's perfect. Okay, so welcome everybody to my talk on pitfalls when embedding cryptography into applications. As already introduced by Mr. Andrej, my name is Marko, and I will try to present in this short presentation some of the main challenges and problems, and as I call them, pitfalls when using cryptography in practice in applications. So the first problem is that cryptography is a very complex thing. You have encryption algorithms, which can be symmetric, asymmetric, which is also called public key cryptography. You have hash functions, MAC functions, digital signatures, to name just a few. The complexity doesn't end here. You have different other notions, concepts, and terms related to cryptography, like encryption modes. I don't know how many of you know what an encryption mode is. And there are like puzzling and cryptic abbreviations here. You have other related concepts related to the public key infrastructure, which is very tightly related to cryptography, as you cannot use public key cryptography without public key infrastructure. And you also have more recently, let's say, more advanced cryptographic concepts like authenticated encryption, zero knowledge proofs, just to name a few. I will not go into details. My intention of the first two slides is to show you how complex this area is, and that it doesn't surprise us that people often make mistakes, since they need to know a lot of things in order to use these building blocks correctly, either implementing stuff or also partially using it. So cryptography is one of the key enablers of cybersecurity, as it can enable specific goals like confidentiality, which means you cannot access data which you're not allowed to access, like data integrity, authentication, run repudiation, forward secrecy, a very, let's say, popular term nowadays, as instant messaging platforms and other platforms use forward secrecy in order to prevent or to rise the level of security of specific solutions and applications. So we use cryptography everywhere. Every one of us which uses an ICT device in a very general sense probably uses cryptography. For instance, mobile phones, the network as such uses cryptography, the devices use cryptography, instant messaging platforms nowadays use cryptography. Maybe more known messaging platform like, I don't know, Signal or Telegram, people know, but also other platforms which are not that secure use cryptography. You have cryptography in any wireless communication like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. In browser, you know cryptography through HTTPS, secure connections, and also other authentication mechanisms and different other security mechanisms, which are partially, not entirely, but partially rely on cryptography. So there are many things to consider when using cryptography. Even if you're a developer, I will not say that you need to know all the algorithms, but of course you need to know some of the facts about these algorithms or building blocks which you would like to use in order to use them correctly. So you have a lot of, for instance, hash functions. Which hash functions to use? You, for instance, store some passwords on a server as you are a provider of a web page. You have to know in which format or how to secure these passwords which are stored on the server. When you would like to implement cryptography into your applications, as this is more or less coming into mainstream nowadays, you have to know which algorithms to use, what kind of keys to use, and similar matters. You use digital signatures. You would like to use digital signatures, but don't know which algorithm to use, because there are a lot of cryptic abbreviations, as already mentioned, which enable you or make it hard for you to decide. you need to dig into this field in order to know what to do. But what is the problem actually? The problem is, on one hand, the problem are the algorithms, but this is the minority problem. As Andrea already mentioned, the problem of algorithms is usually not the problem with when cryptography is broken or when cryptography is somehow circumvented using in real life. Mostly cryptography, the problem is when cryptography is implemented. Implementation, from my perspective, or the term implementation I will use in this presentation, is the usage of cryptographic building blocks or cryptographic primitives, which you call them, and of bugs. Yeah. So I like to present these two aspects of using cryptography. So we see that, for instance, specific algorithms were broken, but this is the minority, as already mentioned. But you have a lot of, in mainstream media and in professional media, a lot of incidents, a lot of problems when using cryptography. You have different bugs, you have different inadequate, let's say inadequate use of cryptography, like the Western Digital story from some years ago, or the Heartbleed bug from some years ago, to just mention a few of the more prominent ones. So cryptography has its weaknesses, but in theory, it is hard to break, and almost none of the time somebody who would like to attack cryptography will break the algorithm itself. Why? Because it's very hard to break it. It's very theoretically sound. It's based on very, let's say, tested and theoretically sound mathematical foundations. Usually what you search for errors in implementation or use, because people tend to inadequately use specific building blocks to either build a solution like an application, or to build, for instance, a security protocol, which is not the end user application, but still is a very important building block in many other applications then onwards. So if you use improper the crypto primitives, you use, for instance, outdated vulnerable algorithms like RC4, SHA-1, DES, or to name just a few of the more prominent ones, you can maybe make errors when using the adequate key length, because the key length of a specific algorithm is very much dependent on the type of the algorithm. So nowadays, at least 128 bits for symmetric algorithms is the, let's say, lower bound that is considered to be secure. But if you go to public key cryptography, there these keys can much vary, and the problem is that people often mix up those things. So you have to be sure that you use the appropriate key with your application, and the new application uses the appropriate key, or your protocol, which is built using these building blocks or primitives. So the problem with keys always is that the longer the key is, the slower the operation. And that's why, of course, developers tend to use the shortest key possible, which is still secure, in order to prevent data loss in performance or efficiency. An example how cryptography is complicated to use, even if you use, for instance, some let's say, even if you use it in some of your end user applications, is elliptic curve cryptography. Yeah, so elliptic curve is a very difficult notion to understand. And you not only need to choose the right key, but you also need to choose some parameters with this elliptic curve cryptography in order to be secure. If you don't use the right parameters, like this is called the right curve, a mathematical curve, of course, then you are not on the secure side. And this is quite a problematic approach, and can be problematic in some environments if you use this type of cryptography. But here the story doesn't end. You have a lot of improper use of primitives from mainstream media, like just to mention the most well-known ones, like VAP, A51, which is the old GSM standard for encryption, like MS-CHOP, which is the old standard for Microsoft regarding VPNs, like old versions of TLS, like VPA2, which is quite new but still can be vulnerable. And in media, we have a lot of problems regarding these algorithms or the improper use. Yeah, for instance, VIP was broken not because of the algorithms it used, but because of the way these algorithms were put together to get a security protocol, which can be also the same, can be also applied to end user applications. If you don't use the right things in the right manner, then it's a problem. For instance, one example of this is Microsoft implementation of their MS-CHAP protocol, which was found to be insecure because they didn't use the correct building blocks in the correct manner. Let's say like that. So, and you have a lot of, from the media, have a lot of different stories from that. But also, these are not the only pitfalls related to cryptography, but you always need to think about the keys. The key in cryptography, in encryption, if we are more specific, cryptography is actually the key, let's say the key value, which needs to be secured in order to prevent access to specific data. Yeah, and also digital certificates on the other hand. So if you don't store or protect keys adequately or digital certificates, then it doesn't make sense to use the most sophisticated algorithms, because somebody will, for instance, try and guess your password. Yeah, you have a, for instance, you have a key, and the key is protected using a password because it's protected on our data storage unit, and then you have a password which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and this, for instance, this is a very bad password which can be very easily guessed, and you have a very strong encryption algorithm and strong algorithms and use everything perfectly, but at the end you protect your keys very weakly. This also is very common nowadays. If you know, for instance, in Slovenia or during the EDIS regulation, you have access to your keys using just only a password, which can be chosen inadequately. And of course, keys need to be transferred always through secure channels. And of course, don't forget there is a lot of social engineering here, because people maybe will tell other people, will give them their keys, will forget their smart card readers in their computers, or will tell them passwords. So this social engineering nowadays is still a very good thing to go forward, usually with a combination with malware, which enables you remote access to a specific machine. And then even the most sophisticated cryptography is very questionable. So there are also some problems associated with implementation of algorithms, which is quite a very common problem. Why? Because implementing such algorithms is very hard. You have to think about a lot of things if you want to implement cryptography in a secure way. So we see that even very, let's say, very experienced people, like the OpenSSL heartbleed bug from some years ago, didn't manage to do it in the correct way. And the problem is, of course, that you have a different, in this way, you can get different side channel attacks, you can get session hijacking. So the key point here is, I will come to this at the end of my presentation, is that you store as little data as needed. Yeah, you don't need to store data which you don't need, because if you store more data than you need, then of course you are raising the bar for an incident to happen. And of course, if you're talking about implementation of algorithms, also implementation of some building blocks into end user applications or protocols, then extensive testing is one of the key ways to go. So vulnerabilities are also, of course, possible in established implementation. So this, but usually it's a good way to go forward is to use some established implementations. I will come to some guidelines at the end of my presentation. And of course, the lack of knowledge is very much an issue and problem with developers and with end users. The end users, for instance, because you protect something with a password, you very badly choose your password. Or for instance, you have a certificate which uses cryptography, which of course is used in cryptographic operations, and you store this certificate on a smart card, but you leave the smart card in the card reader in the PC, and the PC you leave it turned on during the night, for instance. This is a real life example of then hacking cryptography through social engineering, actually, at the end. So if you improperly use cryptography, you can, the security hole may arise, and you have to really must know what you do before you use them. We have, for instance, at our faculty, we give students a lot of times the possibility to implement something, and at the end it turns out that if they don't know what they do, even if they have a library or a framework, they don't know how to use this framework in the right manner. But not only students, also real life implementations and our partners for industry sometimes have problems when using cryptography through, of course, not from scratch, but through building blocks, through libraries, through frameworks. and they have problems with that. So at the end of this slide, I would like just to mention that standard procedures in the development process, like securing the application by design. So when developing the application is a good way to go forward. So that you think about security, and of course, which is usually very tightly related to cryptography in very much scenarios when implementing or when developing your solution. The last thing I would like to talk about before going to the guidelines and the problem related to cryptography is the problem of random numbers, because not only cryptography, also other, let's say, ICT related topics tend to rely on random numbers, which are very important, especially in cryptography. Yeah? For instance, these keys, which I was talking about, are either directly or indirectly related to random numbers. And the random number, or the possibility of an attacker to guess this random number, gives you the possibility to guess the key. Yeah. So at random numbers, the problem is that you need always to take into consideration that to use tested implementations, that you check for vulnerabilities and update, if necessary, your vulnerabilities. In all cryptographic libraries, frameworks, random number generators, you always need to be very up to date and update your applications, protocols, services, in order to use the latest version if a security hole may arise, and it quite often arises in practice. So to sum up the presentation, I would like to sum up with some guidelines, which are not my guidelines, but the guidelines which were somehow prescribed by OWASP, which is a partnership of different companies. Probably most of you know it, and NIST, which is the American Institute for Standards and Technology. Which I tried to sum up these some guidelines which make the use of cryptography easier and much more secure. So first of all, watch out for mistakes when going live. Yeah, so you need to. This is a general, not only for cryptography. This is a general rule. So people often tend to build in mistakes when going into production. Always use well-established and tested implementations. It is true that also such implementations can have bugs, but if they are well established and tested, you have, because if you develop everything from scratch by your own, usually it turns out that this is not a good idea. Keep only data that you really need. If you have less data, you need less data to protect. So it makes data breach. If it comes to a data breach, then maybe less data is then revealed. Be careful when using pseudo-random number generators. This is very much related to the implementation to libraries, because you need to make sure that you use the right ones, not the maybe outdated or buggy ones. Use strong encryption algorithm modes. If you use this, usually, even if you use libraries, you need to know what these encryption modes are. So there are a lot of encryption modes, and some of them are old and don't forget to document everything and regularly educate your developers, also from the perspective of security, not only from other perspectives. Cryptographic keys, you need to think about where to store them, how to protect them. Also, when you're using, for instance, let's say an outside data storage, keep safety critical data always on secure media. For instance, a good example is use public key cryptography, but your keys are stored on your computer. And if malware infects your computer, then the key can be somehow taken from your computer, can be stolen from your computer. And at the end, no cryptography makes any sense anymore. And of course, all keys, digital certificates, all sensitive secure data related to cryptography needs to have a limited validity period. Yeah. Nowadays, if you are talking about keys, you see that keys are very often changed, or have no exchange, because keys, the trend goes into the direction that you have short-term keys for the actual encryption. You have long-term certificates or keys for identifying people, for establishing then the short-term keys. For instance, an example which very extensively uses the key let's say interchanging is, for instance, the Signal protocol, which uses WhatsApp uses it, Signal uses it, Telegram uses it, and other instant messaging platforms. To continue, also secure root and wildcard digital certificate and keys are very much of a problem. So you need to bear in mind that certificate authorities which issue certificates which are related, because keys are part of certificates, must be trusted. Yeah, so you don't maybe issue, you don't use a certificate authority which you don't trust or is questionable. You need to archive digital certificates and keys, because maybe you need to, in the future, you need to somehow check some data which was stored, or you change the keys in between. You also need to have some, let's say, audit trail or something like that, and you need to efficiently archive digital keys and certificates. A lot of attention needs to be given on user awareness. So users need to be educated. Also, even if they are not maybe directly related to an implementation, because why? Because if you don't have a good user awareness, then all the, let's say, sophisticated algorithms, not only cryptography, doesn't help you. And of course, digitally sign all relevant data. Digitally sign encryption is nowadays used everywhere. It was formed in the military, but it's used now everywhere. And of course, please check, especially the parts of the program code which is in charge of cryptography. Yeah. So store passwords adequately, as already said. So if you have web pages, use password hashes, for instance, like scrypt, bcrypt, or argon. Use salting. So these are just some of the examples how to store password as a content provider, how to store passwords adequately in order for the passwords to be secure. And to conclude, I think the most valuable lesson to take from this lecture is that that people who develop, but also people who use some primitives, but also who develop applications and security protocols, need to be very much educated in what they are doing. Because it very often turns out that people don't exactly know what they're doing, and sometimes maybe if in a specific period of time it works out because nobody checked it, but then at one point in time somebody checks it and finds out that there were errors in the implementation. They didn't use the adequate building blocks at the adequate time and in the adequate, let's say, it's like with the Lego building blocks. Yeah, you cannot put different Lego building blocks together which are not. It's very similar with cryptography. If you use the building blocks, nevertheless, that you maybe don't understand how the AES works, you still need to know how to use it. So, and of course, event monitoring and incident reporting, you have to be very aware that if you use outside components, or let's say building blocks, which is the usual case, you need to monitor if there are some, let's say, some problems with these implementations, and then either update or change the implementation. So take action. And of course, also in cryptography, especially when using cryptography in real life application, the users are still the weakest link in security, and you need to know that you can have perfectly implemented cryptography, but still, if the user gives a key out to anybody or gives his password out to anybody, then the whole problem remains, and you still have security problems. So I would like to finish at this point. If you have any questions, please, I'm free, and you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Marko. I have one question.
Yes.
So cryptography is also a very important part of a digital identity. So this is integral part usually of those identities. Can you comment maybe related to this? Because when identifying yourself, so it's very important that this is really you. You know how you can, let's say, achieve this in the proper manner, so that you don't make mistakes. So that, let's say, with some these texts, as you mentioned, your identity can be stolen, and then of course everything breaks, especially related to single sign-ons, multi-factor authentications, and things like that.
So the problem is that you have e-identity, you rely on cryptography, but at the end you store this, let's say, sophisticated tools in a way which is not adequate. Like you would have a treasure, with a key, and you would have the key, or you have a treasure and you have a very sophisticated treasure, and you would have just a normal key, or maybe just a 4-pin password. Yeah. So if you, as you asked, the main problem is usually that cryptography is somehow contradictory to user friendliness. And that's why in order to make things user friendly, sometimes security is then this, let's say, the victim of this. In some cases not. For instance, if you look at instant messaging apps which use cryptography very extensively, they manage there to have a good user experience and at the same time to make the communication secure. But if you look about, for instance, Slowene's e-identity, the problem is that you have the possibility, you have a key, the key or the certificate which incorporates the key is stored in some cloud or on your device. And at the end, the whole authentication process just relies on some password, which you can choose. Yeah, you have a sophisticated mechanism to prove your identity, but at the end, this mechanism relies on a very simple way of securing stuff. Yeah, so probably I think that's what you're asking. Yeah, that the problem is, so it's like you would have a tank, and the tank will only have a door with a 2-pin password. Then what does it matter to have a tank, because you can easily enter into the tank.
Yeah. Or maybe a wooden safe. So
yes, or a wooden safe, for instance. Yeah, I would say that maybe a safe which is very sophisticated, so the mechanism very sophisticated. You have very sophisticated key, but at the end you protect this key and give it into your purse. Yeah, and what does it make sense to protect the whole thing when you have just the purse to enter into the purse?
Thank you, Marko. So we move on to the next speaker. So Matteo Cuscusa. He's an ethical hacker and social engineer, and he provides companies with offensive security services and simulated real-world attacks scenarios to help them understand their security posture. So his talk today is Cognitive Hacking, Age of the COVID. Basically, so how to convince people to do unsecure activities. Matteo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure to be here. And yes, today we will talk about cognitive hacking in the age of COVID. We can easily skip who I am, and thank you for the presentation, and we go directly to our topic. So, what is cognitive hacking? It's a cyber attack that seeks to manipulate the perception of people by exploiting their psychological vulnerabilities. The purpose is change in behavior that usually results from exposure to misinformation. Computer systems are used in the attack to influence the perception, but it does not involve any corruption of hardware and software. We are not talking about a technical attack. We are talking about a social engineering attack that is not targeted to a single user, but to a more broader audience. Of course, it can be overt or covert. But what is the tool of cognitive hacking? It's the weaponized information. It's a message that is designed to affect the user perception and aims directly to harm the target and influence their beliefs. It can be fully false, partially true, fully true, but out of context, or true, but released with a timing to cause distrust and disrupt. What's very interesting is that usually the person that is crafting the weaponized information is not the guy that carries out the real attack, but the real attack is carried out by people that are affected by malicious contents. Let's think, for example, about the disinformation regarding political candidates. It may go viral and it may convince a large number of people to vote for someone else. So the voters are the real attackers that are influenced. Let's give some definition to clear things out. What is misinformation? It's an information that is inadvertently wrong. People are sharing it, thinking it's a true information, it's the right information, they're doing it to help their communities. This information is a false information intended to mislead people who are sharing it knows that it is wrong and are doing it to deceive the audience. And then we have propaganda. It's a huge word, propaganda. We can sum up saying it's a communication used to influence public opinion, and it has an agenda and may not be objective. Usually it encourages a particular perception in order to produce an emotional response in the audience. Last definition, the agent of influence, that is the person or the entity that use this kind of weaponized information. We can use the definition from the Air Force Office of Special Investigation Manual. It's an agent of some stature who uses his or her position to influence public opinion or decision, making to produce results beneficial to the country whose intelligence service operates the agents. Pretty straightforward. In the past, how did people craft information? Well, crafting and distributing information was a very slow and expensive process. First of all, people had to actually print things. So we already have some cost. Then there were many actors involved. Let's think of director of a newspaper, publishing house, publishers. So more controls, less people that had access to information. But most of all, and probably it's the more interesting thing, the people who wanted to disseminate information had to pay to publish them, and they had no audience. Usually the audience was available only to professional writers or to professional journalists. Then what happened? Internet came, and the first blog developed. So no publishing cost, decentralized, but there was a huge problem. Well, usually, of course, we can say that most of the people that had a blog had no audience. Only few very famous blogs had readers. All the others were writing and no one was reading what they were writing. So yeah, possibility to publish information, but no audience. Then social network happened. Things were very similar, no publishing cost, decentralized, but with a huge difference. They were born to connect closer friends. And they became the distributor of the content for this kind of built-in audience. So the closer friends. That of course then increased to other contacts. Social networks were and are designed to keep people engaged and to keep them online for obvious reason. And they allowed everyone, even non-technical people, even people with no knowledge about IT, to enter this world, publish something using a simple form, or share news just clicking on a simple button. And this is how the idea of virality was born. So today, what is the social network kill chain in creating fake news and information? Well, it's pretty easy and straightforward. First of all, there are no editorial gatekeepers. There are no costs. So an attacker can easily create fake personas and fake accounts. Even if the social network have systems in place to try to prevent it, it's still possible, and they cannot really block it. Then when the attacker creates these fake profiles, they can create the content they need, and then they can seed it to the social. What happens? Social network have an algorithm that decide what we see. This algorithm recommend content and help to amplify and disseminate it. And of course, the algorithm is gameable. So the attacker can have a huge audience of millions of people. They can target precise who they want to reach. And at this point, when the right people receive the message, they start sharing. They share. And sometimes the mass media pick up this kind of fake news. This is pretty straightforward to do. And that's why state actors came into this world to conduct operation in service of geopolitical goals. We saw a very interesting shift from shaping to hacking public opinion. How? Using misleading tactics to commandeer this kind of ecosystem. Who are the actors of the kill chain that we just saw? First of all, we have the creators of fake news. Usually, they don't have to invest any money. They expect low penalty. And at the end of the day, they don't probably feel too much guilty because no one is physically hurt. We have the consumer of fake news. Usually, they are the average people. They lack of the ability to assess the accuracy and the quality of the content and the sources. And they use the social media as their main source of news. We have the arbiters. We should have the arbiters, the social one, but we see that there is a lack of effort by the press or by the governance to check what's happening in this kind of fake news distribution. We should have the legal arbiters. Yeah, things are changing, but up to now, fighting fake news is still not a very high priority area for law enforcement. And at the end of the day, we have, in most of the countries, the constitution that protects the free speech. We have the economic arbiters, but the social networks don't put much emphasis on the accuracy, on the veracity of the content. And whatever they say, they lack substantive measures to control fake news. That's why the nation states started disinformation campaigns on the social networks. And what are the goals usually? We have a few goals. Erode social cohesion. How? By amplifying the tension and inflaming the conversations on the social media. Distract from a news that has a negative impact on the nation state, or persuade the public to adopt the line of thought of the government or of the state. Entrench public opinion in an identity, in a position, or divide the opinion on issue on which there is disagreement, amplifying the dissent even more. This kind of attack to the reputation and influence can happen even to companies, especially the business that take a strong stand on social issues. Usually, companies don't care too much about which kind of mentions they have, but they should be really careful because we know how people react at the post regarding the companies, but we don't know if this kind of reaction, if this kind of attacks change really something in their heart, mind, and perception. So how are social media hacking our brain? Well, social media, of course, design their product to hijack our brain. There is no doubt about it. They had designers, engineers, coders, and they developed everything to make user check their feeds constantly. They came up with likes, heart-shaped icons, followers, everything with the purpose of triggering our brain in the instant gratification lifestyle, which is exploiting our mind weakness. It's like a trip on a train of the non-stop social validation. Some people check their phone on an average of 150 times per day. And what's the result? The result is terrible for our brain, of course. A recent study showed that the mere presence of a smartphone damages our cognitive capabilities. And, of course, the effects are very harmful on mental health, anxiety, and depression. Why did this happen? Well, companies have found a loophole in the human interactions. In our world, never stopping, globalized, everything is super fast, humans lost most of the ability of interacting with other people. They don't have time, they don't have skill, and here is the root and the base of where social network came from. They made things that can give us a score, like let's call it followers, let's call it like a score that, according to what they want to show us, can help us measure our ability in communicating with other people. This kind of mind hack is not new. Many companies did it. Let's think of food company. There is a reason why there is a specific volume of salt, or why we cannot stop after eating one chip, but we eat a full package. The problem is that the tech industry is working on the innate biases of the human. social reciprocity, approval, comparison, novelty seeking, and with every post, every tweet, we are looking for it. And it's not regulated. Like the regulation happened with the food company, probably something should happen with the social networks. Let's think of an example that, of course, we all know. When we send a message on WhatsApp, or when we send a message on Messenger or an invite, and we see that the other person read it, the double check, the blue check. This is not made to make our day easier. This is made with a specific aim. As humans, we are programmed to interact faster with other humans because of tribes, because of ancestry behaviors. So these kind of things that are put on the field by the social networks are only made to increase the level of communication. When we see that someone read our message, we wait for their answer. Or when we read the message, we want to answer, not to let them think we are not answering for any reason. So it makes our mind go berserker. We have to answer, we have to interact, we have to do something. So let's think how important and how much of our time the social network take in our life. First of all, we know it's not for free. Everyone knows it, because yeah, it's an old saying, but it's still true that if you are not paying for it, we are the product. So yeah, and in this case, we are even the guinea pigs, because we are part of the experiment they are doing, and their tries to make the algorithms better, and you know, for make our experience better, or probably to make more money out of our data and out of our interaction. What is the real problem in this situation? We have to be honest, and it's pretty safe to say that free will is only in our imagination. It's been always only in our imagination. Somehow our societies have always been trying to make us take choices that are not our own, that allow people to conform to certain ideas. But what's happening now? The social media have so much power that they are influencing democracies. And what we should ask ourselves is if we really want to give what's left of our free will to an algorithm that is trying to program our minds. What happened with COVID? People, of course, started relying even more on the social media as their main source of information. This is from a study of the Washington State University researcher Yan Su. He noticed that the fear of COVID-19 increased even more the strength of people believing in disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda. Why? Because of the fear. There are no fact checkers on the social network platforms. So what's the normal consequence? That people usually believe what is consistent with their pre-existing background. They don't double check. And the more people use social media, the more likely they become worried about COVID-19. Why? Obviously, because of the conspiracy theories, the scare things that we see every day, and that usually are shared even more because they are like breaking news. In the same study, it was noticed that around 16% of the participants said that they believe that the virus was developed intentionally in a lab. And it's all same. Another very interesting fact that was noticed about COVID is that, of course, what is related to the public health is far more powerful to swing the sentiment and create reaction in the public. COVID-19 brought fear, brought panic, brought anger in the population, and the consequence was a strong destabilization and a significant decrease in the confidence of the citizen in the political leadership. We can all imagine what could be the consequences of a cyber attack triggering the plausible health threat effects, especially because no other fake news is so strong. No other fake news is able to create such a huge destabilization. And a huge difference is that with this kind of fake news, even when they are verified and when it's obvious they are not true, they last. The plausible threats to the health last in time, even if they are totally fake. How are cyber criminals exploiting COVID-19? Well, it's obvious. They are using social engineering to prey on people's fear and habits. And COVID-19 has been a huge catalyzing force for cybercrime. A very important data is that only in March 2020, so about 1 year ago, the related spam to COVID-19 grew of 14,000% in one single month. Why? Because people are more vulnerable because of their state of mind, because they are at home, they are distracted, they are waiting for good news, they click, they cannot wait to interact. So it's a very, very good moment for cyber criminals and hackers. So are there any possible solutions to this kind of issues or not? Well, nowadays, there are no solutions at all. And all the trials that were made failed miserably. The Byzantine model is effective to some extent, but in case of fake news, of course, polluting other websites used for verification presents problem in the security of data. Verifying fake news is not something that users have the skill to do, and they cannot go through multiple links or data sources. They just don't know how. They have no time to do it. Fake news are everywhere. Attackers can plant fake news on every website, and they can be accidentally validated by being mentioned on mainstream news sites. The signature approach, in which we can use tools or plugins on our browsers that show us when we are surfing famous fake news websites, works until when we go on new websites and they slip to the filters. And the heuristic input validation would be amazing, but there is only a problem. It needs a clean learning environment. Not all the parties are injecting real news into the environment, so the validation cannot be reliable. I would like to close this presentation with a few words from Tristan Harris, that is the founder of the Center for Human Technology. He says that there are few ways we can help our brain and safeguard it from being hacked. Of course, they are pretty strong, but maybe they're worth a try. First of all, grayscale our phone. We know that colors catch our eyes, even the birds know it. So putting our phone black, or grayscale, of course, will make us less likely to check it. Then turn off all the non-human notifications. If there is not a human at the other side, let's turn it off, let's ignore it, because the apps are programmed to make us interact at a certain specific times. And then, if possible, turn off the infinite scrolling, because infinite scrolling does not give us time to think and does not give us time to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo. Any questions from the public? So if not, so please put some questions in the chat, and Matteo, we will forward the questions to you later. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much.
We are moving to the next speaker, Boris Smutina. He has more than 10 years of experience in the cybersecurity field. He's currently working at HEK.SI with threat hunting projects and as an auditor. So today's speech is those killer emails. So we all know that emails are the primary vector of attacks today. So Boris, the floor is yours. The microphone, you should turn on the microphone.
Okay, now here we are.
Now it's fine, we hear you, and we also see your presentation.
I'm sorry. So my presentation is called Those Killer Emails, and maybe a few notes what is happening during the pandemic. All the presentation that I hear from today are quite interesting. And Matteo just showed in the last presentation that it's quite true that the pandemic brought many unpleasant things into our lives, including disinformation, hacking attacks, a lot of spam, and so on. I will skip this slide because I'm, as you already said, I'm working for HEK.SI in Prague, and well, let's hop into the topic. Why the email-borne attacks rise and they will not drop any soon? The thing is that the email volume rises despite the collaboration tools. Whenever you think about using the Microsoft Teams or any other technologies like Zoom, Cisco WebEx, whatsoever, the email volume will rise. Every single day, we see about 300 billions of emails that cross the internet, but most of them are really malicious. And these attacks over the email will not stop because you are using your email address for the work related issues. You're using the email for the private things. So the email volume will definitely not rise, even not drop. And the attacks will rise as well. If you take a look on the sample that I took from the website called Abnormal Security, already we have seen a lot of phishing scams that impersonated these collaboration tools. Luckily, most of them can be intercepted. Another thing why the email-borne attacks will rise is that the information exchange between the companies didn't stop at all and will never stop, actually. The problem is that despite the pandemic situation, the companies need to produce, they need to work, they need to get some money. And as we can see from the image, also the attackers, maybe also from the nation-state sponsored groups like Lazarus or Kimsuki, are still active. But the fact that the companies are exchanging the information between themselves and the employees know themselves is heavily misused in these days. If you take a look on what companies the Kimsuki group is targeting, they're a bit smaller companies. Maybe you can see some bigger names that you already know, but these are the smaller companies where the Kimsuki or the attackers are expecting to get the contacts to the bigger companies. While the Lazarus group was aiming the really big companies, as you can see, Lockheed Martin, Biosystems, and so on, military contractors. In fact, all the companies that we can see here are actually somehow connected with weapons and defense programs across the globe. So the information exchange, as I said, will not stop. And this is the most crucial part. One of the campaign that we've been investigating was aimed on one of the companies that is actually listed on this image. And it happened that an employee got lured using the phishing, and he was giving his credentials to a phishing website. After the phishing website got his credentials, the user definitely lost the control over the mailbox, and immediately the attacker started to send the emails all over the organization and also outside of the organization that there is an important patch for the antivirus program and it needs to be installed. We got like 3 more infections, but then everything was suddenly stopped during this attack. But what we know, that the attacker got complete access to the mailbox of the affected user, and he was able to read who are the recipients on the other side. And we know that there were a few emails being already sent from that mailbox and impersonating, and we inform also the counterparts that there might be a possible attack because the company got attacked. Okay. So these attacks will not drop any soon, because the companies realize that during the pandemic they still need to work, and there is a necessity of site work. And most of the companies at the beginning, they were not ready for that, and most of them, they are still not ready for that. There are a few reasons for this. First of all, there is a random chaotic approach that just causes something what I called corporate cashectomy. Means the suppliers just get some money, but the technology is not implemented in a proper way, and desired effect is completely lost. If you have, for example, a company that previously required the VPN access just for the administrators, now the devices have to handle much more traffic, but they can't. They just can't cope. And the vendor comes or a supplier comes, sells something, but this has nothing to do with the proper planning, which is the second, which is non-strategic approach. So nobody actually knows what will happen, and if we are really going to do like this, like the home office and offsite work for a very long time. But in fact, offsite workers were nothing special even in the past. Even myself, I'm working from abroad since ever. So I'm always working from remote, and the way to access the information systems depends on the precise and secure methods of connecting to the company's company assets. Then another point why this all ends in a complete mess is that the attackers are aware that just because there is multiple cybersecurity standards, the companies really tend and break these standards and best practices because it's more convenient for them. Like it would make any difference that the users do not have the complete access to all the documents. Like it makes some sort of difference that the users can use the virtual desktop, but instead they are still trying to load the documents on their local drive. In terms of emails, for example, we see really a huge waves of office documents which are weaponized with the macros. But I kind of do not remember the day when we said that macros are actually safe. If you remember Melissa virus or the first macro viruses that were back in 1995, there, I think that name was a concept, and Melissa was 1999, if I'm not mistaken. The Melissa virus was here like years and years, and it was a macro virus. And because of this, many of the companies created just a policy that prohibited running the macros automatically, that prohibited running the macros from untrusted external sources. I really do not remember since when we abandoned such a good practice, just because it's more convenient. Remote computers are left in home networks, out of the corporate network protection, and they are not used only for the working purposes. You maybe know this exactly as I know this, because I have also kids. Sometimes the kids requesting, I want to play something on a computer and so on. But actually the problem is that in these insecure networks, like home networks, the people tend to open insecure websites that have nothing to do with the corporate environment. And in corporate environment, they would be unable to open such websites. And that's why the computers will be infected. It could be the source of the spam and become the part of the botnets and the bots. There will be credential harvesting. There will be email address harvesting happening on the computers because of the fileless malwares and so on. And of course, there is a lot of distraction by kids. There is a lot of missing social contacts. And this all this all makes the problematic working from remote. So the people are less cautious, and they are doing the things they would actually never do at work. They are missing their colleagues, which will tell them, hey, what the heck are you doing? So this is what is really happening. And this is all affecting the email-borne attacks, because all in all, the computers are left completely or sometimes less protected. And I mean, the people still need to communicate. So what are the top threats? What are the top threats that we can see, that we see every day? Apart what has been already told, that we see a lot of disinformation going through the email. The people still share and like a mass mailing of hoaxes of various conspiracy theories. But this is not only in the email, like in Slovakia in last week, even in via physical mail, the people got the conspiracy theories printed on a piece of paper, that some of the world oligarchs are really responsible for the pandemic, and they are not wearing the face masks, for example. And something like this is going still through the email, and we see a lot of these things at Virus Free, and we definitely know that dealing with these emails is kind of problematic, because they are not carrying any harm, any malicious content. They are just how to say, they are just bearing the disinformation. And distinguishing the normal information and disinformation can be really tricky. If some of you, for example, know CRM 114, which is the statistical discriminator for analysis of the text, we are sometimes not even able to distinguish the conspiracy theory from the normal text in a newspaper. That's quite a huge problem. And that's why we have to employ completely different techniques to detect these. But these are not the top problems. The top problems that appeared during the pandemic, and some of them you would never say, and the first that I will mention, you will never say that is here, is the business email compromise. Business email compromise is a technique that is on a rise again. Maybe you see here a WeTransfer email, but if you take a look on the details, then you will realize that it's not really a WeTransfer details. You will also see that what's written inside in the text is actually not completely true when it comes to what is the real content of the email. First, it says 2 files will be sent. Then down you can read 9 files, and definitely at the end you will see that the link points to a website Alert.SI, which is paradox. And as you can see, the email was intercepted 2 days ago, actually. So we see, because the companies are, this is the example why I think and why we believe the companies are not ready for remote working. They are using WeTransfer. Instead of using WeTransfer, there are so many corporate tools for this. But if the company is using WeTransfer, they can get really part of the email scamming when someone steals the content of such email. This technique, as I said, is on the rise again. The victims, they are being profiled. The emails, they have sign of automated preparation and the botnet use, as you can see in this example, where within a couple of days, a client of us received 3 emails coming from 3 different email addresses with the completely same text, but with the different recipients. But the mail was completely, absolutely the same. So in this case, we believe And because we see this kind of emails also with the on a different domains, we see that there is a definitely business email compromise on the rise. I have two other examples here. The first example in the left on your screen is written in a check. It says that what's the account balance and if we can pay 27,000 euro. And obviously the name that was used was the name of the CEO of the company and was aimed on the accountant of the company. Both are listed on LinkedIn. The image on the right is actually written in Hungarian, but well, I tried to translate it and I realized that also with the help of my friends that this is most likely being translated using the Google Translator. And as you can see, there are some footer information like from the companies. This is stolen content, but apart of this, it contains also an attachment, which leads us to another category that reached the top of the spams and the email threats that we can see in these days. And it's a malware, obviously. Malware by any means. Links, which means that we see a lot of emails that contain a direct link, like you could see in the email previously in the WeTransfer example, fake WeTransfer, obviously. So links are being embedded into the emails really heavily. But thanks God, email has one good option, which is that it not a single email client does execute the JavaScripts. If this would happen, then we will be really doomed. But thanks God, this is not happening at all for the moment. Yet the HTML content can still be displayed, and that's why the emails can really look fancy, and the emails can really attract the victims to click on the links. Again, there will be some examples of this. Well, we might see that the links are starting to point directly to the dropper files or dropped files on a compromised websites, and the malware immediately. This is like a trend within the last month. Before we could see the links that were obfuscated, for example, using the URL shorteners such as bit.ly. Sometimes even Google is being misused and so on. But in the attachments, we can see, as I mentioned before, weaponized documents using with the macros, Office documents. Some of the documents are actually designed to carry to exploit a specific vulnerability in the Microsoft products. And we see, of course, the compressed binaries, which are in most of the cases hidden in the archives like a zip, or it could be a GZ archive. But in fact, if you take a look, if this is a GZ archive, it is not, because then you will realize it's a RAR archive. Well, who would open a GZ archive on a Windows computer? Actually, almost no one, because the people do not use the programs that are able to uncompress these formats, but they can uncompress RAR. And that's why the file extension is just changed. Then most of these emails is sent by bots and compromised servers. I'm saying this specifically because it's quite important for the next category of the email threats, which is quite the difference. I'd like to spend maybe a few words about latest Emotet takedown. It reduced the volume of the spam that we have seen and the malware that we have seen, but someone immediately filled up the space. So we immediately see that there was a slight drop, and again, someone is sending a lot of emails again, and a lot of compromised emails again. These are the examples of the malware. As you can see in this example, we have the two attachments. We have the RAR attachment and we have the doc attachment. If I did the strings on a file, then I found that quite interesting string that says use after free vulnerability. And after further analysis, I realized that this is already assigned a CVE number by Microsoft. Another example is that the attackers are trying to send the attachments in multiple ways. If you take a look on the size of the files, it's definitely clean that, for example, the DHL impersonation scam contains 3 files with the same size. And all 3 contain the same executable with a different name. In the another example on the right, yeah, we can see that these are 2 files with the same size. And obviously, again, executable. Most of the malware is a ransomware. These are, we do not see that many malware that would make the company's computers to bot. Last but not least, it's a phishing. Phishing that is aimed on credential harvesting and even with the OTP. The difference that I want to mention when I said that the malware is obviously sent using the compromised servers and botnets is that here we see that the spammers and the attackers are moving to big companies. So this is some sort of abuse of scale. These examples were, for example, sent using the on Microsoft domains. And this happened, this email got customers of ours quite shortly after they implemented the multi-factor authentication. So the mail says that there is a passcode and the code will expire, and immediately when someone clicked on the link, could be redirected to a website that was like O365 login form. I'd like to mention that this website where this phishing points to still works. And if you open it on today, then it will most likely look like this. This is a German telecom login form. The URL is obviously pretty easy and can be just crafted by the user domain, so the attacker knows who's actually connecting and is also observing the logs. The application, this application has been already reported to Google. Another phishing that comes like HTML attachment, which are quite something rare that is happening, because the HTML documents are being heavily obfuscated. As you can see, one file can host like escape JavaScript that needs to be unescaped. Then there is a huge array that will reconstruct something to phishing website. This is sometimes pretty hard to be detected in the emails, so we rely only on stripping the HTML files. A special bonus for you. For the COVID period, there is a special bonus that the attackers prepared for you, which is that you have been dismissed from the company. This is one of the emails that came in October to a spam trap, obviously with malicious attachment, but it says that the company can't anymore handle the cost for the employee. And since that, there is a 2-month salary receipt. When you open that, you will be infected. And I'm wondering whether the employee that would eventually got this would come to work in the next month. So, key takeaways. Well, multiple threat intelligence needs to be a topic, which means that sometimes we are relying only on one product, which and it causes that several threats could pass through because of the one threat intelligence that we are provided inside of the companies. then we must include human firewall into the proactive security measures, which means that the people need to be informed about the threats and need to act and need to stop the attacks before they really happen. Then strict rules and policies need to be employed and needs to be kept. Another point is that I have the feeling that the email security is being underrated and degraded to we buy an appliance. And this need to be changed as soon as possible. And the last takeaway, this is going to last. So the situation will not change any soon, and we will recover from the problems pretty a long time. So I thank you for your attention. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if you have any questions, you can send them also over the email.
Thank you, Boris, also for prompt time.
Thank you.
So we actually concluded this section. Now we have a short break for lunch. So you are all invited to join us again at 2:55. Masha, do you have anything to add?
No, so just I hope you are enjoying the conference. And as Andrej mentioned, so now we have 30 minutes break and we start at 2:55. So now enjoy your meal or your coffee. Or okay, see you later.
kar se mene tiče, lahko začneš govoriti. Pred nekaj meseci. Tokrat imamo na preizkusu. Na preizkus smo dobili. Tokrat smo pri monitorju. Tole je tegale jumping sumo robotka, plov novi iPhone 7 in tole napravo. Kosilnica. V seriji člankov o avtomobilih. Šalo na stran. Gre za Google Home. To je pa neke kvazi gumbe za obračanje strani, ki so eni zadovoljni, eni ne. Kaj več pa kot vedno. Lahko seveda preberete v monitorju. Kaj več o samem Parrot sumo dronu v reviji Monitor. Kot rečeno, več pa v monitorju. No ja, evo jih, pa novi e-bralniki. Ok, Google, good night.
Night, night.
Kar se mene tiče, lahko začneš govoriti. Pred nekaj meseci, tokrat imamo na preizkusu. Na preizkus smo dobili, tokrat smo pri monitorju. Tole je tegale jumping sumo robotka, plov novi iPhone 7 in tole napravo. Kosilnica. V seriji člankov o avtomobilih. Šalo na stran. Gre za Google Home. To je pa neke kvazi gumbe za obračanje strani, ki so eni zadovoljni, eni ne. Kaj več pa kot vedno. Lahko seveda preberete v monitorju. Kaj več o samem Parrot sumo dronu v reviji Monitor. Kot rečeno, več pa v monitorju. No ja, evo jih, to novi e-bralniki. Ok, Google, good night.
Night night.
kar se mene tiče, lahko začneš govoriti. Pred nekaj meseci, tokrat imamo na preizkus smo dobili, tokrat smo pri monitorju, tole je tegale jumping sumo robotka, novi iPhone 7 in tole napravo. Kosilnica. V seriji člankov o avtomobilih. Šalo na stran. Gre za Google Home. To je
pa neke kvazi gumbe za obračanje strani, ki so eni zadovoljni, eni ne.
Kaj več pa kot vedno lahko seveda preberete v monitorju. Kaj več o samem Parrot sumo dronu v reviji Monitor.
Kot rečeno, več pa v monitorju.
No ja, evo jih, pa novi e-bralniki.
Ok, Google, good night.
Night night.
Kar se mene tiče, lahko začneš govoriti. Pred nekaj meseci.
Tokrat imamo na preizkusu.
Na preizkus smo dobili. Tokrat smo pri monitorju. Tole je tegale jumping sumo robotka, novi iPhone 7 in tole napravo.
Kosilnica.
V seriji člankov o avtomobilih.
Šalo na stran.
Gre za Google Home. To je
pa neke kvazi gumbe za obračanje strani, ki so eni zadovoljni, eni ne.
Kaj več pa kot vedno.
Kaj več pa
kot vedno.
Lahko seveda preberete
v monitorju. Kaj več o samem Parrot sumo dronu v reviji Monitor.
Kot rečeno, več pa v monitorju.
Ja, evo jih, pa novi e-bralniki.
Ok, Google, good night.
Night night.
Kar se mene tiče, lahko začneš govoriti. Pred nekaj meseci,
Tokrat imamo na preizkusu,
na preizkus smo dobili, tokrat smo pri monitorju,
tole je
tegale jumping sumo robotka, plov novi iPhone 7 in tole napravo.
Kosilnica.
V seriji člankov o avtomobilih.
Šalo na stran.
Gre za Google Home, to je
pa neke kvazi gumbe za obračene strani, ki so eni zadovoljni, eni ne.
Kaj več pa kot vedno, kot vedno
lahko seveda preberete
v monitorju. Kaj več o samem Parrot sumo dronu v reviji Monitor.
Kot rečeno, več pa v monitorju.
No ja, evo jih, pa novi e-bralniki.
Ok, Google, good night.
Night night.
Hello, we are back from break. Hello, everybody. So this afternoon's session will start with Andrej Bozenau, cybersecurity researcher at HEK.SI. He will present lions at the watering hole. So basically attacks related to browser exploitation and HTTP protocol. Andrej, are you here?
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me here. Let me try to share my screen. Okay?
Yes, it is working. And
okay.
Sound is working as well.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm a cybersecurity researcher. I have 29 years of experience, both in offensive and defensive fields of operations. My story started in 1992 when I analyzed my first malware.
Andrej, just one question. Do you have a camera also that we can see you?
Yes, one second. I thought I started my camera. 1 second, please. Okay.
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, so
perfect.
Yes. So as I was saying, I have 29 years of experience in cybersecurity. I start both in offensive and defensive fields of operations. In 1992, I analyzed my first malware, which was the Hive virus. The ones who are older of you will remember this virus. Me and my friends got infected while we playing Wolfenstein. It was a very hyped up game back then. One of the few games existing on computers back then, and we had a small problem because the executable was reinfecting itself with the Hive virus. I had no idea what a virus was. I had no idea what an antivirus was. So I had to understand what was actually happening and actually code the disinfector. To me, this was the beginning of an awesome journey. Since 2010, I'm a consultant for the Romanian National CERT role. And one day we received an alert that stood out. It was rather interesting and suspicious because the beneficiaries told us there was no evidence of the attack, and they had a very expensive state-of-the-art security system in place. It was a bank. They said one of their partners caught fraudulent activity originating from their private VPN network. And while running the investigation, we observed that no direct service attack nor spear phishing attacks were performed against our beneficiary, but they suspected that an insider threat. They suspected one of their employees actually performed the attack. The only problem was that that employee had no, so to say, technological capabilities needed to perform such an attack. Further investigating, the digital forensics analysis of the system revealed it has been compromised through a watering hole attack. If you don't know what a watering hole attack, I will explain a little bit later. These are the actual excerpts from the memory of the compromised system. We see a lot of iframes planted there, and one of these iframes is the actual attack. So what is a watering hole attack? The watering hole attack is a computer attack strategy in which the victim is a group, organization, industry, or region, and the attacker guesses or observes which website the group uses more often, and infects one or more of these websites with malware. Eventually, some members of the targeted group becomes infected. And some hacks looking for specific information may only attack users coming from a specific IP address, or using a specific browser, or having a specific language setting in their browser, which makes the hacks very hard to detect and research. As you can assume, the name is derived from predators in the natural world who wait for an opportunity to attack their prey near watering holes. So watering holes are not a new attack. They exist ever since browsers appeared, but they are very hard to discover using traditional technologies such as signature scanning or sandbox analysis. Watering hole attacks exist due to inconsistencies in various implementations of HTML and HTTP protocols, mainly because HTTP was standardized as the protocols as a protocol years after the first browsers appeared. Thus, each browser has more or less its own interpretation of HTML and HTTP, and also its own implementation. This is why, for instance, you see web pages rendered differently on different browsers. For instance, if you use Safari, you see the website in a certain way. If you use Microsoft Edge in a different way, or if you use Chrome, it's rendered totally different. But these differences are not only in the aspects or the visual side of a website. They go deeper if you go under the hood of the browser. Watering hole attacks are not new, but they started to be documented around 2012, and amongst their victims are employees and corporate networks from Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Twitter, Forbes, British Airlines, countless banks, telecommunication companies, even a bakery and a candy maker, also journalists, activists, and politicians, even Secret Service or intelligence officers. The result of this attack is the full compromise of the device in most cases, and of course, as you can assume, it's access to corporate networks through their trusted employees. Some of the speakers who held the presentations earlier spoke about insider threat and how much of a danger represents the spear phishing emails. But the watering hole attack is even a greatest danger, because in 99% of the cases they use zero-day vulnerabilities, and this makes these attacks almost impossible to detect and avoid. The watering hole has 4 phases. In phase 1, they lure victims either by spear phishing or by regular browsing, casual browsing to a certain website. Phase 2, the victims are fingerprinted, as I was mentioning earlier, based on their IP addresses, the browsers they use, or certain technologies they use. For instance, if they use Flash or some Java engine such as V8 from Chrome. Victims which are of interest to the attackers are redirected to an exploitation server where they are attacked based on the information previously gathered on phase 2. And victims who present no interest to the attackers are redirected unseemingly to the legitimate website. So they totally miss the attack. This is very, very important because if you do not set up as a researcher or investigator, if you do not set up the right environment for analysis, you might never catch the actual attack because you straightly go to the legitimate website. We see here various points of context for the watering hole attack. It can be a normal website who has a malicious advertisement. It can be a compromised website which has implanted malware inside, or through a spear phishing link sent through an email. This gets redirected to a traffic direction system which actually fingerprints the users, and if the users are of interest, they are sent to an exploit server kit which uses 0 days or 1 day's exploits, and in turn they are infected either with malware, banking trojans, or ransomware. We will see right now a few excerpts from the news from February 2015. A Chinese attack group infected Forbes back in November 2014 in a watering hole attack. We see iOS developer site at core of Facebook, Apple was involved in a watering hole attack. This is from 2013. Also from 2013, we see Apple confirms being hit in a recent watering hole attack. Also 2013, many watering holes targets in hack that netted Facebook, Twitter, and Apple. Also, it was Microsoft involved in this attack. They used a few mobile application development sites as watering holes and a few others. and they actually compromised the developers of these companies. And through the developers, they managed to get access inside the corporate networks. In 2017, we see another watering hole attack, which targeted the Polish financial institutions. The Polish Financial Supervision Authority was booby-trapped with malware, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. As you can see, as indicators of compromise and attack were shared by the affected banks, other institutions around the world found that they have been hit as well. We see from 2019 that Google hackers reveal websites hacked thousands of iPhone users silently for years. People browsing those websites had no idea they have been attacked. Their devices were compromised for years, and attackers had full access to their devices. We see in November 2020 that Google squashes two more Chrome bugs under active attacks. This means they were found in the wild. As you can see, there were a V8 bug used for remote code execution, and a sandbox escape for Android, for Chrome running on Android. These titles, these news excerpts are just a few I managed to gather. There are countless more. The most recent one, it's from 1 week ago, on February 4th. Google issued an update. They found the heap buffer overflow in the V8 engine, and they say they are aware of a report that an exploit for this vulnerability exists in the wild. So as you can see, these types of attacks are actually happening. They are currently existing in the wild. People exploit these types of attack. Unfortunately, all the companies who are able to detect these types of attacks are keeping their tools private. They only use it for research. So as you saw earlier, actual users are exposed to these attacks, and they can be victims for years without even know. I like this quote from Anup Ghosh, who is the CEO and founder of Invincia. He says, "How can we train employees to be wary of watering hole sites? It doesn't make any sense, and I can just see why some CISOs are getting frustrated. At least with spear phishing, you can blame the user even if it's not their fault. With watering hole attacks, the user can always say, I had to go there for work. What do you want me to do? And the user is right. We need something to protect against these very insidious types of attacks." I will present right now a few case studies the HEK.SI managed to detect and treat in the past, and after this I will explain the technology we use and how it is different from traditional detection mechanism, and why traditional detection mechanisms fail while the HEK.SI and the similar tools successfully detect these types of attack. So I was saying, one Romanian bank contacted us for investigating a suspected breach. Basically, the story is that one major ATM network identified suspicious operations originating from this bank's private VPN during out-of-work hours, and they were using legitimate credentials. They had the state-of-the-art monitoring and detection solution from a major vendor. They spent like close to $1 million specifically for a secure operations center and IDS and all the technologies that you can think of. And even with this budget, the technologies they had in place did not detect any intrusion inside the bank's network. latest patches and updates were in place. Everything was pretty tight. The security was very good at that bank. But the forensic analysis on the computer who generated the suspicious behavior didn't reveal any direct service or spear phishing attacks, but the memory of the device held a lot of evidence pointing to a watering hole attack. As you saw earlier in this slide, we have the actual excerpts of iframes implanted in the browser of the user who was using that system. One of these iframes points to the actual exploits server kit. The analysis we further performed allowed us to narrow down the visited websites list. We used the HEK.SI to scan those websites, and we found the culprit. It was a Romanian NGO dedicated to cyber security in banking environment. It was a website that was actually very visited by different employees in security departments of banks, because they had a lot of good information hosted in their website. But also the certain pages inside their website was implanted with malicious JavaScript that was redirecting certain users to an exploitation server based on the browser they use and the IPs they were coming from. Our analysis revealed that Chrome, Firefox, and Windows 7 0 days were used in the attacks. This is actually one of the JavaScripts that they were using. As you can see, it's not very worried to a traditional scanning system. Everything is obfuscated, but as soon as you deobfuscate the script, you see it's actually performing some very nasty things, such as the redirection and of users to exploit kit server. This was another JavaScript that was hosted in the NGO's website. As you can see, nothing here might actually trigger the suspicions of a firewall or IDS or an antivirus. But as soon as we deobfuscate this script, we see that it actually creates a script which redirects the users to a certain website where the exploit kit server was hosted. Pages in the NGO's website had multiple implants of these scripts. They used multi-layered encryption as a protection against static analysis, and all different implants were directed to the same exploitation server. After successful exploitation, the attack would download the previously unknown Carbanak rootkit variant. At the time of the analysis, this was not known to the community. There was no signature and no hash on VirusTotal. A second case study is the media network. We have a contract with Orange Romania, and we perform regular scans on Romanian top 100 websites. And one scan revealed an interesting watering hole attack on a major media network. They had more than 30 websites, totaling close to 500,000 unique visitors per day. And one of the 3 load balancers they had was infected with watering hole implants. But this had a twist. Instead of redirecting users to an exploitation server, the JavaScript would redirect users to a cryptojacking domain. So basically, almost 200,000 users were mining cryptocurrencies for attackers every day. The cryptojacking script was carefully crafted not to use too much CPU power. in order to avoid detection. And at some point, we also noticed that cryptojacking attacks have been replaced by ransomware. This is the script we found on the load balancer of the media network. As you can see, nothing could trigger an alert inside an IDS or antivirus. As soon as you deobfuscate the script, you can clearly see that they do a redirection and obfuscation to an exploit kit server, which was actually hosting a cryptojacking script, and all the users were running this script unknowingly. Our third case study, which is the most interesting one, was a nation state attack. One of our users was browsing a website in Southeast Asia, and one particular script triggered the KNAS artificial intelligence engine. The script was a jQuery library, but at the end of the library there was added a little bit of JavaScript code. This is the JavaScript code. As you can see, it's a lot of hexadecimal writing, which is very hard to understand for the naked eye. But as soon as you start to deobfuscate this JavaScript, you see they use some interesting features, such as the code is heavily obfuscated. Hexadecimal writing was used in abundance. Sorry. There is window operator trying to understand the window of the browser. They try to fingerprint users, and they also have large variables in place. As soon as you deobfuscate the script, you see something very peculiar. The attackers were using the BEEF framework to catch and exploit the users' browsers. Further analysis revealed it was a nation-state sponsored attack targeting a certain minority in Southeast Asia. As you can see, they search for the navigator language and the user language to be Turkish. I will not go further into details. It's not about the Uyghur, but okay. Our analysis revealed that the attackers were using Android, Chrome, and iOS full chain exploitation. There were zero-day vulnerabilities. None of these vulnerabilities were known at the moment of our analysis. Let's dive into the most common payloads deployed by watering hole attacks. These are remote access Trojans, APT, advanced persistent threat rootkits, cryptojacking, or ransomware. The traditional detection methods are signature scanning, blacklisting, static code analysis, dynamic code analysis. Each of these has problems, as you've seen from the excerpts of JavaScripts I showed previously. It's very hard to extract a signature. You cannot quite do static code analysis. You cannot do blacklisting because some of the resources they use are pretty new and they are not blacklisted. And dynamic code analysis is very costly. So why traditional detection methods fail? Because code is obfuscated, code is rarely reused from one website to another. The exploitation server uses either zero-day attacks or one-day.
Can you sum up, so the time is running out?
Yes, okay. I will finish in 5 minutes.
Please do it sooner, because we are already on, so the time is out. So 1 minute, 2 minutes, please.
Okay. There are various tricks used to deter the analyze by by analysis environment, and analyzing a single website would take hours or days with traditional meanings. We focus on the redirection phase of the attack. Traditional technologies protect against the exploitation phase or persistency phase. They attempt to detect exploit signatures, blacklisted IP addresses, or suspicious communications, but this kind of protection is not enough against new attacks. We analyzed 20,000 web exploit and malware samples. We focus on phase one, which is redirection. We extract features that are common to all malicious samples we collected and less common to benign samples. And we use a data set of more than 50 features to describe a malicious HTML element. We also have an original concept named the contextual analysis, basically understanding the code without executing it. And some of the features we use are redirection instructions, shellcode presence, obfuscation, fingerprinting, detection of instrumented environment. And for all these features, we identify the coding instructions and the code constructs. For instance, we are looking for large data blocks and decryption instructions, or instructions who attempt to deter analysis or detect instrumentation environments. But we also pay attention to certain things such as user agent or specific languages or certain execution requirements. Everything gets compiled in a data set with more than 50 features. All these features are unique to malicious HTML elements. Legitimate HTML elements might use some of these features, but not in the correlations presented in the data set. The result data set is fed to a random forest classification algorithm. It uses a collection of trees with a random parameters hold out to build models, which often outperforms individual decision trees. We also have a sandbox system which will validate the scripts triggered by the artificial intelligence engine. It does what we call smart instrumentation, and basically tries to understand the specifics, the specific requirements of the scripts. If the script only targets Romanian-speaking users, we start the instrumented environment using Romanian as browser's language. Our HEK.SI sandbox is a proprietary solution able to work with Linux, Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS environments. So if we encounter specific UA user agent requirements, we start the according environment, greatly reducing the chances of missing an iOS attack. For instance,
we should really finish now.
Yes, I'm closing now. HEK.SI was first presented as a proof of concept in 2016 at DEFCON Bucharest. It was a unique approach at the moment to tackle this problem. The proof of concept evolved into a startup which became part of Orange Fab Romania in 2018. And since then, we discovered previously unknown attacks performed by nation states in number of 3 and cybercriminals attacks in number of 9. This was my presentation. Thank you. I understand we don't have any more time for questions. You can email me or contact me on Twitter.
Yeah, we can use the chat for questions.
Yes,
so thank you, Andrej.
So
our next speaker is Enes Sajanovic from MIBO Komunikacije from Sarajevo. He has more than 20 years of experience in IT and is currently working as a system engineer with focus on security and protection of public and private sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina. His talk today is Purple Teaming with Mutual Attack. Enes, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you share the presentation? Yeah.
Yes.
It's working also. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will speak today a little bit about purple teaming with MITRE ATT&CK. It's something fancy words and something fancy features for security researchers and defense from well-known threats. Let me introduce myself. My name is Enes Sajanovic. I'm working in the company called MIBO Komunikacije. As you mentioned, as a system engineer, I'm most of my working profession is in the Cisco world, but from time to time I like to learn about new things and I like to be in some kind of a security trend in the world. What I speak today, I will give you the brief introduction about threat-informed defense. Why threat-informed defense in this time? What is MITRE ATT&CK? What can be found inside the MITRE ATT&CK? I will speak a little bit about the purple teaming. Why purple teaming? What is the potential problems in traditional pen testing and reporting? I will explain some purple teaming goals, what it needs to be achieved in this process, and how and where to use MITRE ATT&CK in this process. During my working in consultancy in some organizations, I see same problems all over the organization. It's pretty much identical. It's the threat intelligent approach to the protection of the system. All the companies have some firewalls, some intrusion prevention system or detection systems have endpoint protection systems. Some of them have sandboxing solutions. And all of these informations I try to collect and to correlate in some kind of CM environment or log analysis. The problem with this is that from time to time, it's very difficult to find is it these information that we are collecting from our defending system enough? And are we getting the correct information? Also, it could be the problem with the leak of informations that we are collecting. So how quality is our data that we are collecting? Our defense particularly are focused on low-level IOCs, and we are trying to find the hashes or suspicious activities in IPS and IDS. What is the problem with this? If we have a zero-day attack, or if we have some kind of attack that we cannot track with our tools, or we are not configure our tools to alert us about change of registry or something like that, or change of the system processes, bringing up the new system processes, then most of the time we don't see the real attack. We don't see that we are attacked, or even we are already hacked. This can lead to the confusion and the poor intelligence and the panic-based decisions. If you see some suspicious activity, you probably do some immediately blocking on your firewall or the IPS, and probably you even don't know what it is. And with that decision, you can compromise your daily functions and the process. The other thing is from the tactical perspective, it's definitely leading to misunderstanding awareness of indicators or and generating inappropriate response for that indicators. And all the companies what I saw, they founding resources and try to allocate resources to the all kind of threats. They try to find the firewall that will protect him for all threats, from ransomware, from phishing, from or different kind of solution. And they, from time to time, I saw that they don't get the real data and they cannot find the real attack with these tools. So what is the problem with this? The thing is that you don't need to chase other people's boogeyman. What I mean by this, definitely there are opportunistic threats everywhere. Everyone exposed to ransomware, phishing. But did you ask yourself, are these threats are particularly, or what kind of threats are particularly tailored to my infrastructure, to my business? If we see the threat actors are or business vertical in the financial business, or probably if you are not in financial business, you will not observe malware that, I don't know, infected the ATMs or try to steal your card data. Try to narrow the focus during this, during your CTI process. Try to focus on the things that are important to your business. Actually, you must observe the customers that are connected to you. You definitely could be a pivot point for attacking them over you. The main question when you try to do your CTI or to get the threat picture for your business is actually answer the question, who can benefit from compromising my business? Do not drive your defense on what you see in the news, because maybe it's not relative to you. If you get hacked, or if you have some incident before, try to read your incidents, and from that incident try to narrow and found your most likely actors that are trying to attack you. Why I'm saying this? Because this is something that definitely it's not just a trend, it's the way of defending the systems. Why? Because first of all, we in this pyramid of pain that represent actually the pain that can cause to attacker if we change something in our system. So if we change, I don't know, IP addresses or something like that, the attacker can change the attacker infrastructure very easily, can generate the different domains, can change the IP address of the command and control centers and stuff like that. But for the attackers, it's very difficult to change the tools or behavior, even the behavior. So what is the main idea behind this threat-informed defense? Try to investigate who can attack you and try to emulate that attack with a different type of teams. When you speak about MITRE, who is MITRE and what is attack? MITRE, it's a non-profit US company. It's MIT Research and Engineering Corporation. It's a non-profit. It helped with the public and private partnership. They also invent or they bring up the CVE Common Vulnerability Database. They work in communication system, IoT, of course, and in cyberspace technologies and in the cybersecurity. What they invent in the past is actually the document where they try to collect all information and all knowledge about techniques and procedures that are used by group of hackers, and try to group that hackers by their behaviors. In the beginning, it was based just on attacks on the Windows networks. Today, it's much more. Why MITRE attack? Because it's globally accessible knowledge base. You can access to this knowledge base by browser. You have a lot of information there which can lead you, or which can help you to build your threat defense picture or your cyber threat intelligence. It's usually used for development of specific threat models, and also in any kind of a business, is it governmental or is it private sector, and it's used to model the risk that particular ATP represent to your business or to your company. When we speak about attack, inside the attack, we have the model where we have adversary group. It's the group, actually, it's a hacking group that could be sponsored by state, or if it's recognized like sponsored state from some state, or it could be some activist group or whatever. That group particularly using some kind of a software to implement some technique to hack you, to breach into your system. And with that technique, they accomplish the tactics. So this database is actually have the all techniques and procedures that are known to the MITRE threat intelligence. For example, APT 28 group using Mimikatz, and with the Mimikatz they implement the technique credential dumping, and they are accomplishing credential access. How can we benefit from this? I will show you later. In this database, which is rises all the time, because they constantly working on with the research and development team, their own research and development teams. They also collecting some cyber threat intelligence from the open source and community feeds. They build a structure of 14 major recognized tactics in the enterprise and mobile environments. Enterprise part have the different type techniques for different kind of operating system, and you can see later how can it be filtered for particular infrastructure. Till today, the MITRE attack recognized 109 ATP advanced threat persistent groups, using 512 software applications to breach two different systems. Besides this, we inside the MITRE we have also 42, I'm not sure what 43 recognized mitigations and detections, things that actually goes with all these 14 tactics. This is how it looks like in the real environment. This is the tactics. This is tactics and tactics ID. You have the name of the tactic and actually explanation what adversary trying to do with some tactics, and inside each tactics there are separated techniques to accomplish this. How can we use this, and where can we use this approach and this MITRE attack database? From current perspective, what I saw, some companies have penetration testing on a regular basis, and the thing is that these reports are probably not enough for building a threat picture because of different things. It could be the thing could be with the limited knowledge of the people who defend the system, or it could be the problem that the blue team or people who defend actually the infrastructure needs to decipher the report. Besides that, they have they continuously need to deal with daily incident reports or do some forensic analysis. And from time to time, I saw that they need, or they created the static detections for the penetration testing tools and IOCs. Even when they created that, there is no second round for this testing process. So they actually don't know are their defending systems defend them correctly from that type of attack that are done by the red team or pen testers. Other things is from time to time what I saw actually is that the red team doesn't put everything in the report because they want to leave something for the next year or next 6 months pen testings, or want to leave something that the blue team doesn't know. This is a problem because with this approach, we don't get benefits from this process. We know that we are vulnerable to something. We know what is that vulnerability. We tried to fix it somehow, but the problem is that we don't have, again, retesting for a certain amount of time, and we don't know that our defending system actually is working. So what is the idea? The idea is to put the red and a blue team try to could be the MITRE attack matrix or database. Definitely what we need for the purple teaming, it's support by the management. We need someone who will lead this process, who will speak or who will collect and document everything that's happening during the purple teaming process. We also need some kind of defenders, the blue team, and some kind of a red team or pen testers. What is the goal of this purple teaming process? The first is to test attack against the organizations referring to the known APTs that are related to your business. Other goal is to train the organization defenders. With this process, you train your blue team, you train your defenders. They get a better knowledge about hacking activities, a better knowledge how to mitigate those activities, and they get a better knowledge where to tune their defending products and how to actually recognize, alert, and block the real attack. For the red team, get the preparation for the engagement, definitely. And what else is important here is that you test all the processes inside your organization between the teams, or you can test the process inside the blue team, what's happening if the real attack is there. You get the collaboration culture which actually is needed between those two teams, and actually in the real world is missing. When we speak about purple teaming, we need to do some preparation. We need to build a system for the emulation of the particular threat or the threat group. We must take all aspects of the targeting system. When I say that, I mean we need to make the testing environment that will include the endpoint operating systems, servers operating system, VDI, if you have some terminal servers. Also, we must set up all security defending tools that we use in the environment, like anti-malware, sandboxing, EDR, whatever is there. We must ensure that the IP flow, same IP flow, or pretty much the same IP flow to the infrastructure, and have some kind of a targeted accounts during the purple team exercise. It's recommended to do the purple team exercise on the testing environment, or at least test the payloads on the testing environment, not on the real one, before you do the purple teaming. On the red side of the job, in the purple teaming, we need to build the attacker infrastructure. It could be internal if you have enough resources in your internal network, or it could be external. it took steps all necessary steps. You must bring up the different or command and control servers that is based on the particular threat, setting up the testing domains, setting up mail servers for campaign, and all the things that are necessary. And I say again, do the payload testing on the separate platform before the real purple team exercise. When we speak about
the time is running out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. How we do it? Actually, we first what we need to do is it's recommended to measure the risk. What are you trying? What TTPs are important to you? Where you will lose the money, and do some risk matrix based on your business. Then go to the MITRE ATT&CK site and try to find your vertical. By typing, for example, financial, you will see the groups that are connected, the tools that are connected to particular group. Then open that group with the highest risk and try to draw in attack navigator layer, try to draw the matrix that will do the mapping of the cyber threat coverage. In this particular step, try to correlate this with your matrix and try to use different colors for the different risks. You can have the different score for your risk. You will get something like this. This is very useful for blue and for purple team. How? Well, blue team can see the mitigation and techniques to defend this, and red team will get the information about the tools they need. During the adversary emulation, make the plan. This is example which we collaborate and get the threat intelligence by a particular group. We need to develop some tools and set up infrastructure, as we said, and we try to emulate adversary. Here is the link to the example for this particular group for adversary emulation plan. During your purple teaming, try to build the playbook where you have your tools and your command line options there at one place. It will help you to faster do the teaming or to tune the tools. After the purple team is purple, we should really
finish.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get the matrix where you can mark what was found there or what wasn't found, and for the purple team, for the blue team, you have the tactics and mitigations, what is important for your infrastructure. Try to iterate and repeat this process as much as you can, so you can tune your defending and attacking frames. This is some tools that are useful during these processes for automation of these emulations, and these are some blogs and references which can help you with this.
Thank you, Enes. Thank you. So for the questions, please leave them in the chat and we will forward the questions to you. So
thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Lino Antonio Buono from Memento Labs. As a Chief Technology Officer, he designs and manages security projects to fulfill law enforcement agencies' needs in fighting crime. Today's speech is Demystifying Offensive Security and Cyber Surveillance, a View from the Inside. Lino, the floor is yours.
Hi, Andrej. Thank you for the introduction.
Can you try sharing the screen? Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
We see it. It's fine.
Okay, perfect. Here we are. So, hi, everyone. I'm Lino Buono, and I'm the CTO of the Memento Lab company. We create offensive security solution for law enforcement agency. I'm also quite involved in the hacking and cybersecurity scene, having co-founded a hackers association, and a conference called the No Hat. Before to move to a managing position, I used to be a technical guy. I was a blue teamer in a security operations center. Then I turned pen tester, red teamer, and security researcher. Moreover, I participated to hackerish events like CCC Camp and similar. So I had the opportunity to look at the cybersecurity world from different perspectives through very different eyes. It's something interesting because nowadays there are not so many overlapping elements between the, let's call it, underground movement and the cybersecurity community. Only few people that I meet in the camps are in fact present at professional cybersecurity conferences and vice versa. This is something that I can understand when I looked at heavily sponsored conferences full of marketing materials. And actually, I personally try to avoid them too. But this discrepancy between hacking and security, it's quite weird and risky. In the latest years, I saw an exponential increase of cybersecurity experts that doesn't have a real understanding of hacking in its historical roots. On the other hand, hacking events are now more focusing on activism and making rather than security. Then we have CTF player, young guys that live hacking as a sort of sport. They have sometimes impressive skills, but they really don't know how to use them in real life. And in the end, we have army and law enforcement agencies that really need hacking capability. So let's focus on the latest category. Well, for sure, LIA and Army are quite conservative in terms of confidentiality. Of course they are. We are talking about national security, not talking about protecting a company from a ransomware released by some script kiddie somewhere. We are at a totally different level here. The downside is the uncontrolled proliferation of fake or magnified news that nobody can deny, making this field extremely shady. In fact, it's plenty of privacy advocates, activists, journalists, and civilian security experts talking about the so-called cyber surveillance market and state-sponsored hacking, having never really entered this world. Just think a bit about the recent diaspora from WhatsApp to Telegram. It was totally brainless. Millions of people afraid on their privacy moved to an app that doesn't provide encryption at all by default. This is the effect of way too much pseudo-expert talking about stuff they really don't know. And what's the funniest thing? That if you tell something different, you are a sort of part of the system. Not so different approach used by conspiracy theorists. Being an active actor in government cybersecurity field, I think it's the time to remove a bit of fog and to provide a different view, coming from the inside, and maybe debunking some myths. That's the purpose of this talk. So, first of all, with gov's offensive security, we mean the usage of hacking techniques to penetrate into systems and network by law enforcement agencies and armies. By extension, we refer as government offensive security, even talking about the creation of hardware and software solutions to perform these actions. May govs renounce to offensive security? So the short answer is no, they can't. From a military perspective, since 2016, cyberspace is officially considered as a battlefield domain, as well as land, sea, air, and space. As per Clausewitz theories, experts agree that a defense-only approach is doomed to fail. Looking at LIAS, offensive security is the only way to contrast criminals in the digital era. Privacy-granting technologies are in fact abused by criminals to remain undercover to standard investigation. Traditional methods such as phone interceptions are now useless. For instance, there are many places in the world where there is a huge problem of Islamic extremists to keep under control. those countries usually do not have their own capability to do so. So buying offensive security solutions from private company is the only way for them to reach the goal. And their success is fundamental for all the world, not only for them. Consider that only few countries, such as USA, China, Russia, and a few other countries are recognized to have advanced internal offensive security capabilities. All the rest of the world needs to fill the gap through private companies. And which is the most powerful and notorious tool used during offensive security operations? The one and the only, the Trojan. A Trojan, or rat, is a client-server software that allows to control a device remotely by means of an agent installed on the target and a command and control center in the hand of the attacker. So we can now start with the first myth. Trojans are used for mass surveillance against citizenship. I really don't want to enter into ethical considerations. Anyone can have his or her own idea. Instead, let's focus about practical stuff and logic. First of all, a good Trojan solution is expensive. You can't effectively monitor more than few devices by using Metasploit Framework, Empire, or Covert Strike. They are good for red teaming exercises, to gain access to a PC and take some proof, or to keep access to a pivot machine inside an organization if you are performing a long-lasting operation. But they are really terrible to perform 24/7 deep monitoring of a person. You must move then to a much more complex solution, something able to automatically deal with different antiviruses, with the possibility to schedule operation to be performed on the target device, maybe basing on trigger events and so on. A solution like this costs a lot even for few targets. For millions of targets, the cost would be not reasonable. Moreover, even if many operations are automated, one investigator can't monitor many devices simultaneously. It's not like a security operations center where a single analyst can monitor 1 million devices waiting for a security event. Realistically, an operator would be able to monitor 10 targets, maybe 20. Let's say 50, because maybe the wolves hired only Stakhanov-like people. But so, for 10 million targets, so quite a little country, there must be 200 of thousands of investigators. That's not feasible at all. In the end, the process to implant the Trojan could be even more expensive than the Trojan itself. So let's now have a dive into the exploit world. How can I install your agent in the target device? This is the mother of every question made by Elia to us. This is especially true in case of mobile devices. Physical access is rarely feasible because it can be too risky or the location of the target can be unknown. Furthermore, physical access is usually useless because smartphones are locked. Remote access, on the other hand, is even an harder task. Social engineering is not always viable and is made hard by smartphones' built-in security measures. You have to convince the target to install an app, and the app is probably outside the store, so from an untrusted source. This means that or you are a social engineering master, or the target should be a little dumb. Otherwise, it becomes necessary to use an exploit to gain access to the device. Well, there are some techniques and tools that we provide that can make you a social engineering master, but it's another topic. So let's open a little parenthesis on terminology. The exploit is a piece of code that is able to abuse the existence of a vulnerability to subvert the regular behavior of a software. In our field, we only have two different kinds of exploit, RCE and LPE. RCE stands for Remote Code Execution. This is the exploit that allows to get access to the target from remote. LPE instead stands for Local Privilege Escalation. This is the exploit that allows you to escalate the privileges, so to augment the capabilities you have on the target device. LPE are extremely important when we talk about mobile targets. These are the enablers to get access to the encrypted instant messaging apps, the holy grail for the investigation. You know, traditional interception is pretty useless. Criminals using end-to-end encrypted chats like WhatsApp, Signal, and so on. So man-in-the-middle attacks are not effective. These apps even protect with the encryption the storage, so an unprivileged user can't read messages even if it sits on the endpoints. But escalating the privilege, you can access to the encrypted message database. So let me answer immediately to a question you probably have. No, there are no differences in security between WhatsApp, Signal, or whatever other secure app. If an attacker sits on the endpoint with high privileges, he or she can access to the chat. Well, there are less secure apps that are easier to deal with, but no one, at least for my knowledge, are impossible to access. So for the sake of completeness, often another piece of code is needed, the so-called sandbox escape, or SBX. This happens when the application exploited with the RCE is sandboxed. You obviously need to exit from the sandbox to deal with the underlying operating system. If you have in your hand both RCE and LPE, and if needed, the SBX, you have a so-called full chain. Well, do you have an idea on how much a full chain for Android or iOS costs? Let's have a look at the public available Zerodium matrix. These are the money they are willing to pay to researchers. So you need to think about a sensible markup to make the reselling job worthy for them. If you look at the, the number, it's not bad, isn't it? Then let's have a look of an exploit life cycle. Once a vulnerability is discovered by someone, it is called a zero-day vulnerability. The related exploit is a zero-day exploit. Once the vulnerability becomes known, a CVE is usually assigned to it, and the vendor releases a patch and the vulnerability is downgraded to end day. Sometimes it happens that a vulnerability becomes known before the vendor releases the patch. In that case, our vuln is considered a one-day vulnerability. Okay, as you can see from the indicative graph I made, the value of the exploit dramatically decreases, passing from 0 day to end day. But how long does it last a 0 day? Well, it is proportional with this usage. Each time you use a 0 day, the risk to see it patched exponentially increase. Why? Due to a mix of white hat researcher activity and the use of telemetry. You know, your smartphone collects a lot of information regarding unexpected behavior, and this can be a golden mine for vendors to understand that some way a software component was abused to perform unintended actions. So I want to leave you with a question. Do you think it is reasonable to risk to burn an exploit that worth millions of euros to attack a normal person? Why? Just to see that he or she is cheating to the partner or watching porn movies? I don't think it makes sense. This means that basically, if you aren't a terrorist or a mafia boy, you just have to keep your phone up to date and you are safe. Nobody at gov level will care about your private life of regular citizen. At least, nobody will evaluate it worth the money of burning a 0 day exploit. Your enemy, it probably is not the government, but is the cybercrime and maybe marketeers. Moreover, Only recently, vendors started a rich bug bounty program to fight the zero-day market, providing to researchers a considerable amount of money. They pay a little less than the underground market, but in a totally clean manner. So for researchers, this means to avoid the risk of fraud. You know, even in this field, we have scammers. Let's see what it will happen. Probably we will just see a further increase of the exploit prices. In my honest opinion, it may look good at the first glance, but I fear it will turn bad. The rise of the exploit price just will make them too expensive for many police that will not able to effectively fight organized crime and terrorism anymore. But you know, the purpose of the talk is just to provide you information. Anyone can have his or her own opinion about it. Okay, I know what you think. Maybe ghosts do not spy on everybody, but anyway, they deliberate spy on citizenship due to no rules. Well, this is probably true from some countries. We all know that many countries around the world are not champions in respecting democracy and human rights. They probably want to spy on citizenship in order to control the public opinion and identify political dissidents. This is reality, and it is very sad. But luckily, this is universally recognized as a problem by democratic countries. So democratic countries do something against this problem, and of course they do. Actually, my knowledge is about Italian and European rules because Memento Labs is an Italian company. Again, I don't want to talk about ethical principles and tell you that we are beautiful and kind and so on. Of course we are, but this is not the point. I prefer to talk about facts. And the fact is offensive security tools are subject to European dual use regulation. So this is basically our selling process. This is not just an internal procedure that we can change. We must follow this procedure to be compliant with laws. Once someone gets in contact with us asking for our product, we first look at the country's blacklist. If the country is included in the blacklist, we know that we can't sell our products over there and we immediately stop any relationship. If not present, we start a regular commercial communication. We have procedures, demo of the product and so on. If prospect is really interested, we then start a communication with WAMA. That is a special office of our Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the so-called MAECI. So we then tell them that we want to sell, what we want to sell to which entity of which country. Then the WAMA internally discuss about it, and after some weeks, they provided us or not the authorization to proceed. If WAMA, for some reason, reject our request, the only thing that we can do is to write to our prospect saying that we are not authorized for the export and our deal can't be concretized. That's why in all our contract, we put the phrase in the left corner. We really don't know to proceed if we don't have authorization.
You know, we should wrap up the presentation.
Okay, just a
couple of minutes left. Yeah.
Okay, just the last two slides. So, as you probably already understood, being authorized does not mean that we can sell everything to that country. Not at all. We're authorized only for that specific contract. And if you want to sell the same product to another office of the same country, we need to ask for another authorization. And if at a later time we want to add the capability to the product we sold, we need to ask for another authorization. That's how it works. And there's something more. Once we receive the authorization, this is not valid eternally. On the contrary, we can be authorized in the best case for a maximum of 2 years. This means that our products have a sort of built-in time bomb. And once the authorization period is over, the system totally stops working. That's why some months before the deadline, we need to ask for a renewal of the authorization. No renewal, customer upset, but these are the rules of the game. And it could even happen that a license can be revoked due to geopolitical reasons. So just to summarize, Trojans are powerful and can be abused, but their usage in a mass surveillance activity is unlikely. However, as internal policy, we limit the maximum number of agents that can be sold. On the other hand, it's true that the usage against non-criminal person is possible from a technical perspective, but geopolitical considerations are made by European institutions to minimize this risk. And if there is the risk that a specific country or the specific entity of that country can abuse of the product, they will not provide the export authorization. So that's all. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Lino. I see there are no questions currently in the chat, but you will receive them, so we will forward them to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Bye.
So our next speaker in the agenda is Ivica Georgievski from CEMOS Education. He has more than 15 years of experience in the cybersecurity. Besides his full-time job in the NSA, he also works for CEMOS Education, a leading company in North Macedonia for IT education. And he is a certified ISA Council instructor and delivers cybersecurity trainings all over Europe. Today's talk is Status of Cybersecurity in Pandemic Time. Ivica, the floor is yours. Can you turn on the microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for giving me opportunity to be part of this wonderful conference. So let me start. Can you see my screen?
Yes, the presentation is working.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for your short introduction. Let me just say a couple of words about me. So I have finished military academy back in 2002 when I was young and pretty. So that was me in the uniform. Afterwards, after working 4 years in the army, I transferred myself into the Directorate for Security of Classified Information or National Security Authority in context of EU and NATO. And in the last 6 years, I'm working for CEMOS Education as a ISA Council training instructor and delivering cybersecurity courses all over Europe, not just in Macedonia. Working in the field of cybersecurity more than 15 years, and with IT starting back in 1992, so almost 30 years. As I said, yeah, some of the trainings that I'm delivering, working for CEMOS Education, the leading company in Macedonia for IT education, covering Macedonia and Serbia as well, starting from a couple of years ago. More than 100 certified trainers and more than 300 courses we're delivering all over Europe. So let's start with our presentation. Yeah, COVID-19, unfortunately, we got into new era, different life and different lifestyle. But with that, even we are IT and we wanted to use more and more the IT resources. This pandemic actually accelerated the usage of IT from different perspectives. So from home usage, from enterprise usage, but also from attackers. So they also have more time sitting at home and trying to hack as much as they can. So for us, the pandemic started somewhere in February, March, when the first case was detected, but also, and the first attacks on the hospitals started somewhere in March. So March 16, 2020, the Czech Republic hospital in Brno was attacked. And so gradually individual systems were failing, all computers had to be shut down and so on. Even the World Health Organization was attacked in that time. So was a target by Dark Hotel APT. 25th of March, just banks are all the time under attack, and a leading bank technology company was also under attack, which is supporting more than 19 global banks. Ransomware attack, yeah, ransomware. We can see almost every day there is a different kind of ransomware attack all over the world. So now hospitals are target as well as the pandemic starts. So publishing medical data from researching coronavirus. We have seen also a couple of cases where actually companies who were working on developing the vaccine for COVID-19 were attacked, trying to steal intellectual property and so on. And I just summarized just last 10 days. So starting from 1st of February until yesterday, let's say. So starting from 1st of February, just 10 days ago, SonicWall, they just reported they've been under attack. So even some companies as SonicWall, which are working on security devices, they were attacked on the different kind of devices, probably by zero-day vulnerability. Data breach, 1.6 million jobless claims filed in the Washington state. 2nd of February. SolarWinds, just couple of months ago, so SolarWinds discovered that their products were they had vulnerability. So SolarWinds Orion management system, but now they have discovered that even some second advanced persistent threat, likely China-backed, is behind the malware. Interesting one. Spotify. 2 attacks in 3 months, stealing credentials, starting from the basic cyber hygiene, so username and password. But that's actually because most of the users are using the same username and passwords on different accounts. So stealing from one service can lead to on attack on accounts on another service. So 100,000 customers were affected, and this was on 4th of February. Critical infrastructure is always under attack. In this case, Brazil's nuclear power facility was attacked, but luckily the OT part was not affected with the ransomware as well. On the 5th of February, Sri Lanka, there was a defacement of the DNS poisoning, actually, on the DNS service in Sri Lanka, and defaced a couple of domains. But there was 2 high-profile domains such as Google LK and Oracle LK were also impacted. Yeah, we have 8th of February, billions of passwords offered just for $2 in cyber underground on black market, different accounts. Attempt to contaminate the Florida town's water supply, again, 8th of February, the same day. Ransomware attack, tens of thousands patient files leaked in US hospital attacks, again, personal data leaked, which is, especially in the United States, is important because social security number are attached to this personal data and can lead to some other various attack. 9th of February, a web hosting provider shut down after a cyber attack and stopped working. So on 8th of February, hackers successfully compromised all the servers they're using for hosting, and they stopped working. Just yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, in UK, England, and Scotland, joint investigation, they arrested 8 people just for swapping SIM cards and used them for, again, financial gain. So they managed to steal a big amount of money through swapping SIM cards, and you know that SIM cards are used for all kinds of verification on different accounts. So even Macedonia was not exclusion on this, and just this was like a couple of months ago. There was one group called Anonymous Macedonia, and they managed to enter several institutions, including the Ministry of Health, and they published the whole database of email accounts from the Ministry of Health, so 767 accounts, including the minister account, with size of their associated mailboxes and everything. So they were under attack a couple of days and so on. By ANISA, yeah, 2020, there was a report which showed us what are the trends in 2020 during the pandemic time. So malware, by me, I'm always saying as instructor that if you want to have an attack, then you have two things is essential. So malware and social engineering. Always malware and social engineering are involved in all kinds of attacks. So malware is still in the first place. Phishing and even increasing web application, it's on the second place. It's interesting, I can see every day there are ransomware attacks, and here is rated on the 13th place, but it's increasing more and more. Denial of service are decreasing, but identity thefts are also increasing, because stealing an identity is essential for launching all different attacks afterwards. So how to protect? Yeah, that's the magical question. So all starts with a person's, with people sitting behind the keyboard, and usually machine, they don't make mistake. When system administrators, they will set up all the system, everything works okay, but when the user sits behind the keyboard, then something going on. So there is no patch for human stupidity. I'm trying always to say that there is no software and hardware against the social engineering. And when we are against social engineering, so one click to disaster. Phishing is the most used way to deploy a malware. So that's the entry point for every attacker in every system. So different kind of examples for phishing. We have even some local one that is coming from police, and it was very authentic, and there was a couple of victims of this phishing campaign as well. Personal data is the most valuable, is the gold actually nowadays. So stealing personal data and selling online, especially on the black market. So you can find even the whole FBI database of emails and passwords in hash format actually, but as professionals, we know that it can be easily tracked down. So the whole database of FBI database just for $5 or $10 on black market. And probably you will see many times this slide like defense in depth. Yeah, defense in depth, but I can talk for hours on this slide. So because the idea behind the defense in depth, and I also support, there is no 100% secure system. So and we have to have in mind that. So we have to establish a layers of security. So we have to have combination of measures. There is no magical stick. There is no silver bullet for resolving cybersecurity. It's always combination of security measures, and also different for different companies, for different institutions. Why? Because it always depends what we are protecting on the end. As the previous speaker said, are we protecting the home computer where we are surfing on Facebook and checking our personal email and buying the high-tech equipment? No. But at our company, probably our asset and data is usually our most important asset, is the most valuable. So we are protecting the data. So how we can protect the data? By establishing several layers and making harder for attackers to get to the data. So everything starts with policies, procedures, and awareness. Yeah, that's for sure, because we can have 100% a secure system, but if it's not written down and users are not aware how to use that, then we have a problem. Physical security is always important. Again, we can have 100% secure system, but if can anyone get to the server room, then we have a problem. Then network security is always important. Host security, everything starts, security starts from every host. Spending time and setting up security measures on every application that we are using, and on the end, how we are handling the data as well. And it's always, when we are talking about security, we have to define our important assets. What is our important asset? Usually that is data, but can be different ones, can be different type of assets. And it's not always about the technology. We can buy the latest technology, the latest firewalls, the latest IDS and IPS, the latest softwares and everything. But if we leave them by default, and usually even some experienced security professional can make a mistake on that, leaving like default password on the device by mistake. And leaving the default configuration can lead to different kind of attacks. So technology is one thing, but people and their knowledge is another thing, and how we are setting up and how we are configuring them. So as a training instructor in SEMAS education and delivering IT security trainings, I always say maybe it's not the key, but one of the most important thing is the education. And nowadays, education for security, for administrators, and education for users as well. Why? Because nowadays it's not just simply, okay, here some employees coming, new employee we have, okay, he is getting a new computer and now he can start work. Here is your username and password and now you can start work. No, I don't agree with that, because nowadays using a computer is way different than 20 years ago. Nowadays it's something like driving a car. And in order to drive a car, you have to pass some exam. So you have to learn the rules. You have to know how to drive along the highway. So using a computer is the same. You have to learn how to drive along the highway in the cyber world. So by me, every user has to pass at least once a year some security briefing, some security training, in order to learn about the latest threats and how to handle that, who to report, and so on. So there is different kinds of approaches, but security awareness is one of the key elements in the cybersecurity, and education is definitely one of the key about the protection on our system. So maybe I'm a little bit earlier than it was supposed. I was a little bit hurrying with my presentation, thinking that I don't have much time, but anyway, I will finish here. Thank you for your, if you have any questions, so I will be glad to answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we still have time also for online questions. Any online questions from the participants? No? Then if we receive any questions through a chat, so we will let you know. So thank you, Ivica, for your presentation. And
thank you.
And we are moving to the final presentation of today's sessions, which will be a recorded one. So Tomasz Zatko from Citadelo, he has more than 10 years of professional experience in IT security, and he's helping companies ranging from major financial institutions to industry segment. Today's talk is AVS Security, Sweet Dreams versus Reality case study.
Dobar dan. Hello, Slovenia. I'm Tomáš from Citadelo, Slovakia. I guess we are the two countries that foreigners are exchanging quite often. I'm really sorry we can't do this in person because I really like traveling in Slovenia. So hopefully next time we can do that in person. I hacked the bank that holds your money. Don't worry though, I did it with a valid contract and intention to help. And that's what we do at Citadelo, we break stuff. For the techie guys between you, the main proof of our credibility is a list of CVEs that we got within the year 2020. Our area of expertise is quite broad. What we like the most is exploring the new areas, such as in the past we started doing our own research within the industrial control systems security, and one of the areas that we went into was cloud. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Today we are going to talk about AWS security, sweet dreams versus reality. Some of the things I will be discussing are specific for AWS. Some of them are general for cloud. So earlier last year, we started working on a project for a customer that started as it usually does. We got access to the web application, and from that we started testing the REST API. And after understanding how it works and playing around a bit, we found an SSRF vulnerability. In case you are not familiar, what SSRF is a quite serious vulnerability that lets you access the internal resources within the internal infrastructure of the network. So basically, you can read or update internal resources that wouldn't be otherwise accessible from the outside, and they were intended to be hidden inside. So that's exactly what we did, and we were able to access the AC2 metadata endpoint, and from there we gained the AWS credentials. Nuclear bomb. Guys, you couldn't found anything worse, the customer said. Well, in this specific case, it was really that bad because with the credentials that we gained, we could access virtually anything within the infrastructure, all the possible projects that should be more divided, but actually were not. Does that mean that you shouldn't use AWS because it's a bad things to do? No. Should you avoid using cloud by all costs? Again, no, not. It's not this simple. Let's do a step back. Why do people use cloud? What are the perceived benefits? So probably there are different things, different reasons that people would tell you when you ask them. Like the first things that come up might be different, but there are some patterns within the answers that people give you. So to list a couple of them, DDoS protection. The big cloud providers such as Amazon can help you quite efficiently with DDoS protection by different means. The data security there can be much better if you use the right tools that are available there. Also the patch management, which is the hell of a problem within the traditional infrastructure, where you at the same time should patch and update, but at the same time you don't want to because it might break things. Within the services that you consume in AWS, you really don't need to care about that because you really are just consuming the service. And Amazon is taking care of what version it is, how well it is patched, and they are pretty good at it. And another thing is high availability, which is much easier to achieve compared to traditional infrastructure that you are building on a greenfield. There are valid reasons against cloud, and I'm sure many of you would find an argument against what I'm saying, and you might be right. Cloud is not a universal solution, but at the same time, the trend is set pretty clearly. Cloud is not going away. People will be using cloud more. So how should we secure cloud better? It's not an easy job, but there is a way. So first, let's try to discuss some of the most common issues that we saw in our penetration tests of the projects deployed in AWS infrastructure. So the number one still is overly permissive S3 buckets. If you are familiar with the topic, and if you are following researchers on Twitter or reading the bug bounty write-ups, you already know that overly permissive S3 buckets is something that is bothering AWS users for quite some time. It's years. So the problem is not as big as it was at the beginning, but still it is quite big, and we do see it quite often. Another quite common issue is misconfigured identity and access management. Why it is so? The identity and access management within Amazon Web Services is amazing, and it's vast. It's that vast and gives you that many possibilities that it might be really hard to configure it properly. And that's exactly what we are seeing many times. The configuration of a project or the infrastructure can be that complicated over time that people are not realizing all the implications of the changes they are doing. And our job is to exploit that and find the way how to elevate the privileges, and that's exactly what we do quite often. Unpatched software. So I just told you in the previous slide that Amazon is doing amazing job in patching the software for you, so you don't need to do it anymore. So am I contradicting myself? Not quite. So it's true that you don't need to take care of all the services that you are consuming. However, if you are bringing your own software, deploying within the infrastructure, it's up to you to do the patch management there. So again, it's not that easy that anything that runs there will be taken care of. There are very clear limits of what is in the responsibility of Amazon and what is in the responsibility of you as a customer that is using Amazon for running their stuff. Leaked access keys. It looks like something super lame, but it happens quite a lot. And it's something that is easy to laugh at, but in a big project, when a lot of people are cooperating in that, it just can happen sometime, and it is still a major issue. And we find a leaked keys somewhere. It's a gold for us. We can make a very good use of it. Shared accounts for development and production. So the old joke says that everyone has a testing environment. Just some of us are that lucky that we have a separate environment for production. So we have seen many times the problems of shared accounts between development and production. And there are various ways how we were able to misuse that. One of the bad habits that exists for years in the traditional infrastructure and was transferred to the cloud is lack of proper segmentation and restrictions. So if you are running a huge internal network when everyone is trusting everyone, and you think that it's internal, so you don't need to be afraid of the bad world of internet outside with a lot of criminals trying to hack you, it might not be the case. As all of you know, I guess, each layer of security can be overcome somehow. That's why we shouldn't count on the single layer. So first, having one flat network is definitely not a good thing to do, even in the cloud. So proper segmentation and restrictions are the minimal step that you should do. And if you want to do it even better, you should do the trustless environment, where even the internal components within the internal network are not just blindly trusting each other because the request came from the internal network. All the requests should be encrypted and digitally signed. And one of the more broad problem is that a lot of people with a lot of experience with security, even with decades experience with security, are just not experienced enough with the specifics of the cloud. That might be hard to admit. You know, if you do have quite a lot of experience, you might have a pretty solid belief that you know what you should be aware of, and to some extent it is true. However, there are specifics of the cloud that are just different from the traditional infrastructure. And we saw several times that there are several minor details that were wrong that we can adapt, we can change them and do big results with seemingly little bugs or misconfigurations. I guess all of you enjoyed the live demonstrations the most. So I guess now is the right time for the demo. So let's see the hacking demo. So we will be doing the demonstration on the environment of Floss. Floss is an CTF game, capture the flag game, and you can use it to ethically and legally try your hacker skills. You can experience how bad can be the effects of misconfigured AWS. We will start at the level 3. Here we can see the address of the S3 bucket. And where should we start? So let's synchronize the content of the bucket. Now we have the files, and what we can see here, we can see the directory .git. So based on that, we can see it's a Git repository, and Git repository is a version control system. So in the log, we can see that one of the commits was commented as, oops, accidentally added something I shouldn't have. Let's go backwards then. Let's check out the previous version. And we can see a file we couldn't see before, the access key.txt. And in the access key text file, we can really see the access key. So let's configure a new profile with this access key. We can use the credentials that we found in the text file. And now the profile is configured and we can use it. So let's now look at what S3 buckets this profile, this user can actually see. And we can see that we can see quite a lot. So let's move on from level 3 to level 4. We can access it through the web. And with each level, you can see a description of the issue. And this example had a real occurrence in Instagram. So you can see, you can read some more information about that. Let's get the caller identity to know the account ID of the user. And what we are going to look for now are the snapshots available for this user with this account ID. So now let's list the volume snapshots that this user can see. So that's the account ID that we got with the previous command. And now we can see that there is one snapshot of the volume. And that means that we can attach that snapshot, the snapshot of the volume, to the EC2 virtual machine instance and read the data available on the file system of that volume. Looks too easy, right? Even unreal. Well, it happened to Instagram. For sure, we are much happier when we are doing chains of little bugs and build up a major exploit. But still, the low-hanging fruit is what we get most of the time. AWS is, of course, not any special in the vulnerabilities being present there, or the vulnerabilities that you can create there if you use it improperly. All the cloud solutions have the risks as all the software and the whole world has. Previous year, Citadello found a zero-day vulnerability in VMware Cloud Director. It was quite a simple hack with very big results, and I would like to share that with you as well. So let's do yet another hacking demonstration. Enjoy. Now I'm at the portal provided by my hosting provider, which is based on VMware Cloud Director. As you can see, I can manage only my own virtual machines. Let's go to administration, email, and let's modify the SMTP server name and save it. Let's now play around a bit with the request. We modify the server host name with this expression and send it to the server. We can see an error message with the number 49. So our expression was evaluated. From here, we can develop a proof of concept of the exploit for remote code execution. In this example, we are running the ID command, as you can see on the output here. Now it's just a few steps to gain full control over the infrastructure. In this request, we are calling a script that we uploaded to the server, and it is changing the administrator password in the database. Let's see if it works. And now we have full control over the whole cloud. We can manage all the customers, all the organization, every single virtual machine within this infrastructure. In this approach, we are not stealing the password and cracking the hash. We are directly changing the administrator password in the database. Why is this vulnerability a big deal? Many providers are willing to give you a trial account. With the trial account, you can take over the whole infrastructure without even revealing who you are. I would like to give credits to my colleagues from Citadello, Tomáš Melicher and Lukáš Václavík, because they are the ones who found the vulnerability. Also, big thanks to VMware for their fast response and professional approach during the process of the responsible disclosure. Securing the cloud is not easy. Security in general, it's not easy. Have you heard about that hacker that wanted to hack a company and then realized that they are certified with ISO 271? Well, me neither. They don't care what certifications you have. They don't care if you bought a new firewall or whatever technology, or what are your processes on paper. They want to find a vulnerability that lets them in. That's why defenders have a much harder job. than attackers. Defenders ideally need to close all the possible doors and find any way that attackers are trying or succeeding to get in. And that is not easy. And that's why we are here to help you. We are hackers on your side. So whenever you need to test your infrastructure, give us a call. We are here in this beautiful planet Earth, and we can test your infrastructure, identify the vulnerabilities, and help you fix them. Thank you very much for your attention. We are Citadel Hackers on your side. Bye.
So we came to the end of today's day.